Story 1. The Loop That Wouldn't End. Marcus Webb had been driving commercial trucks for 17 years, hauling everything from electronics to perishables across the continental United States. He'd driven through blizzards in Montana, navigated dense fog in Oregon, and pushed through exhaustion on countless overnight hauls. The road was his second home, and Interstate 80 through Nevada was a route he knew like the back of his weathered hands. Nothing about that October night suggested it would be the drive that would finally break him. He'd left Sacramento at 6 p.m. with a full load of warehouse equipment destined for Salt Lake City. The sun was setting as he crossed into Nevada, painting the desert landscape in shades of burnt orange and deep purple. Marcus had made this exact trip 43 times in the past 2 years. He knew every truck stop, every rest area, every slight elevation change in the highway. The route was monotonous but reliable, which was exactly how he liked it. Around 11 p.m., he was making good time through the empty stretches between Winnemucca and Battle Mountain. The road was completely deserted, which wasn't unusual for a Tuesday night in this part of Nevada. His CB radio crackled occasionally with distant chatter from other drivers, but mostly it was just him, the hum of his engine, and the endless ribbon of asphalt illuminated by his headlights. The dashboard clock read 11:47 p.m. when he first noticed the mile marker 229. He registered it without much thought, just a reflexive awareness that comes from years of driving. The number glowed briefly in his headlights before disappearing behind him. 7 minutes later, he saw it again. Mile marker 229. Marcus frowned, checking his speedometer. He was maintaining a steady 65 miles per hour, exactly as he had been. It had to be a different marker, maybe a duplicate number. The Nevada Department of Transportation made mistakes sometimes. But 10 minutes after that, there it was again. Mile marker 229, exactly the same weathered green sign with the same small dent in the lower right corner that he'd noticed the first time. Marcus felt his chest tight. He picked up his CB radio. "This is Cargo King, anyone on this channel, come back." Nothing but static. He tried again. Still nothing. His cell phone showed no signal, which was normal for this area, but the complete absence of other truckers on the CB was starting to feel wrong. He pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing his speed up to 75. The desert flew past his windows, sagebrush and rocky outcroppings barely visible in the darkness. His eyes locked on the road ahead, watching for the next mile marker. 15 minutes passed. Then he saw it. Mile marker 229 with the same dent, the same weathering pattern, identical in every detail. Marcus pulled over onto the shoulder, his heart pounding. He turned off the engine and sat in the sudden silence, trying to think logically. Maybe he'd fallen asleep while driving and been going in circles somehow. But the road was straight here, dead straight for miles. There was nowhere to circle back. He got out of the cab, the desert air cool against his face. The highway stretched endlessly in both directions, perfectly straight, disappearing into darkness at both horizons. He walked to the back of his trailer, checking to make sure it was still there, that everything was still real. The warehouse equipment was exactly as he'd loaded it. His trailer number was correct. Everything was normal except the impossible situation he found himself in. He climbed back into the cab and started the engine again. This time, he would pay careful attention to everything. He drove forward, noting the odometer reading, 287,445 miles. The highway looked exactly as it should. No strange lights, no fog, no visual anomalies of any kind. Just normal Nevada highway at night. He watched the odometer climb. 287,446, 287,447, 287,448. The numbers advanced normally as he drove. 23 minutes later, by his dashboard clock, the odometer read 287,471. He'd driven 26 miles according to his instruments. Mile marker 229 appeared in his headlights. Marcus felt something cold crawl down his spine. This wasn't possible. He'd just driven 26 miles at highway speed. His odometer confirmed it, but he was back at the exact same spot. He tried the CB radio again, cycling through all the channels. Nothing but empty static on every frequency. His GPS unit showed him on Interstate 80, but the little blue dot representing his truck wasn't moving, just sitting in one fixed position no matter how far he drove. He decided to try going backward. He pulled a U-turn across the median, which was flat dirt here with no barriers, and headed back the way he'd come. The dotted white lines unreeled beneath his truck in the opposite direction now. He watched the mile markers counting down, 228, 227, 226. Relief flooded through him. It was working. He just needed to backtrack to Winnemucca and take a different route. Mile marker 225 passed by, then 224, then 223. Marcus was starting to breathe easier. Maybe it had been some kind of localized phenomenon, some weird pocket he'd driven into but could now escape. The dashboard clock showed 1:15 a.m. He'd been dealing with this strangeness for over an hour, but it looked like he was finally getting clear of it. Mile marker 229 appeared ahead of him. "No," Marcus said aloud. "No, that's not right. I was going backward." But there it was, the same sign, the same dent. He was back at the beginning or the end or whatever this spot was. He stopped the truck again, this time leaving it running. The fuel gauge showed 3/4 of a tank. He started with a full tank in Sacramento. All this driving should have used more fuel, but the gauge had barely moved. Marcus got out again and walked forward on the highway past his truck, continuing down the road on foot. He walked for 20 minutes, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The highway was completely normal under his feet, solid asphalt with the usual cracks and repairs. No holes in reality, no shimmering portals, nothing that would explain what was happening. He turned around and walked back to his truck. It was right where he'd left it, engine running, lights on. Except when he reached it and looked at the mile marker behind his truck, it read 229. He walked away from that marker, walked what must have been a mile or more down the road, and walked back to find himself at the same marker again. The desert around him was utterly silent except for the idle of his engine. No wind, no insects, no distant sounds of other traffic. Just profound, empty silence. He tried driving again, this time pushing his speed to 85 miles per hour. The truck shuddered slightly at the excessive speed, but he kept his foot on the accelerator, desperate to break free from whatever this was. The white lines became a blur beneath him. He drove recklessly fast for 30 minutes straight, covering what should have been over 40 miles. When he finally slowed down, there was mile marker 229, waiting for him like an old friend he couldn't escape. Marcus felt tears streaming down his face, though he hadn't realized he was crying. 17 years on the road, and he'd never felt fear like this. He'd been in dangerous situations before, bad weather, mechanical failures, close calls with other drivers, but this was different. This was wrong in a fundamental way that his mind struggled to process. He was trapped in a loop of highway that shouldn't exist, couldn't exist. He tried everything he could think of over the next hours. He drove off-road into the desert, bouncing over sagebrush and rocks, but after 20 minutes of rough terrain, he found himself back on the highway at mile marker 229. He tried driving with his lights off, using only the moonlight, as if darkness might hide him from whatever was happening. Mile marker 229 found him anyway. He tried driving in zigzags across both lanes, tried stopping and waiting for an hour before proceeding, tried prayer, tried screaming until his voice was hoarse. Mile marker 229. Always mile marker 229. The dashboard clock became meaningless. It showed 4:17 a.m., but Marcus had no idea if that was accurate. He'd been trapped for hours or maybe days. Time felt distorted, unreliable. His fuel gauge still showed 3/4 of a tank, no matter how much he drove. The same 17 songs on his CD player cycled endlessly. He couldn't even find variety in his music anymore. At what the clock claimed was 6:30 a.m., the sky should have been lightening with dawn. But the darkness remained absolute, no hint of sunrise on the eastern horizon. Marcus realized with growing horror that he might not just be trapped in a loop of space, but of time as well. The same stretch of road, the same moment repeating forever. He was contemplating just sitting there, letting himself die of dehydration or starvation, when suddenly, between one moment and the next, everything changed. He blinked and it was full daylight. The sun was high in the sky. The CB radio erupted with normal traffic chatter. His GPS showed his truck moving along Interstate 80. The mile marker ahead read 247. He jumped forward 18 miles in the space of a blink. Marcus pulled over immediately, his whole body shaking. Other trucks roared past him on the highway. The world was normal again, fully populated and moving. His cell phone showed a signal and multiple missed calls from his dispatcher. The dashboard clock read 2:34 p.m., but the date was 3 days later than it should have been. He'd lost 3 entire days. He never drove that stretch of highway again. He took early retirement 2 months later, unable to shake the conviction that the loop was still out there, waiting. Sometimes at night, Marcus dreams of mile marker 229, and in his dreams, he's still driving, still trapped, still desperately searching for a way out of the endless, impossible road that has no end. He wakes up crying, checking to make sure his bedroom is real, that he's not in his truck cab, that the nightmare has actually ended. But deep down, in a place he doesn't like to acknowledge, Marcus isn't entirely sure he ever escaped at all. Story 2. The Woman Who Wasn't There. Daniel Reeves had been driving for a rideshare company for 5 years, working the night shift exclusively in the Atlanta metro area. At 42 years old, he preferred the quieter nighttime streets and the higher surge pricing that came with late-night rides. He picked up hundreds of passengers over the years, from drunk college students to airport travelers to night shift workers heading home. He considered himself an excellent judge of character and had developed a sixth sense about which passengers might cause trouble. That particular skill made what happened on the night of March 14th all the more terrifying, because his instincts never warned him about her. The ride request came through at 2:47 a.m. Pickup location was a residential address in Buckhead, an upscale neighborhood of renovated homes and tree-lined streets. Destination was an address in Marietta, about 25 miles northwest. The passenger's name was listed as Sarah M., with a 5-star rating and over 200 completed trips. Everything about the request was routine. Daniel was only 3 minutes from the pickup location, so he accepted it immediately. He pulled up to the address at 2:50 a.m. sharp. The house was a beautiful 2-story craftsman with a well-maintained front yard and soft landscape lighting. A woman was waiting on the front porch, exactly where passengers usually waited. She was wearing a long dark coat and carrying a small purse. As Daniel pulled to the curb, she walked down the driveway and got into the back seat without hesitation. "Sarah?" Daniel asked, following his usual protocol of confirming the passenger's name. "Yes," she replied softly. "Thank you for coming so quickly." Daniel pulled away from the curb, checking his rearview mirror as he always did. The woman was sitting in the back seat on the passenger's side, her face partially obscured by shadows. He couldn't quite make out her features clearly, but that wasn't unusual at night. The app navigation indicated he should take Peachtree Road north to I-75. "How's your night going?" Daniel asked, making his standard attempt at friendly conversation. "It's been difficult," the woman replied. Her voice had an odd quality to it, slightly flat, like she was speaking from a distance even though she was only a few feet behind him. "I need to get home." "No problem. We'll have you there in about 30 minutes depending on traffic." Daniel merged onto Peachtree Road. At this hour, traffic was nearly non-existent, just the occasional taxi or late-night driver. The streets were wet from earlier rain, reflecting the streetlights and neon signs in wavering patterns. They drove in silence for several minutes. Daniel glanced in his rearview mirror periodically, a habit ingrained from years of driving. Each time he looked, the woman was sitting completely still, staring straight ahead. She didn't check her phone, didn't look out the windows, didn't move at all. Her stillness was so absolute it started to feel unnatural. "Are you from Atlanta originally?" Daniel asked, trying again to make conversation. Silence could be uncomfortable, and he prided himself on making passengers feel at ease. The woman didn't respond immediately. Several seconds passed before she spoke. "I used to be," she said, "a long time ago." Daniel wasn't sure what to make of that answer, but before he could follow up, he noticed something strange in his rearview mirror. The woman's reflection seemed slightly off, somehow not quite aligned with where she was sitting. He blinked and looked again, but the odd impression remained. It was like her reflection was a fraction of a second delayed from her actual position. He turned onto the entrance ramp for I-75 North. The highway stretched ahead of them, mostly empty at this hour. Daniel accelerated to highway speed, the familiar hum of the road beneath his tires usually calming, but tonight feeling somehow wrong. The woman in the back seat remained absolutely motionless. "Is the temperature okay back there?" Daniel asked. "I can adjust it if you're too warm or cold." No response. Daniel glanced in the rearview mirror again. The woman was still there, still sitting in exactly the same position. But now he noticed something that made his hands tighten on the steering wheel. He couldn't see her breathing. Her coat wasn't moving with the rise and fall of respiration. She was as still as a statue. "Sarah," he said, a bit louder. "Everything okay?" "I'm fine," she responded, but her lips didn't move. Daniel was watching in the mirror, and he was certain her mouth hadn't opened when she spoke. The voice seemed to come from the back seat, but not from her specifically. It was just there in the air. His heart started beating faster. Daniel considered pulling over, making some excuse, ending this ride. But what would he say? That his passenger was too still, that her reflection looked wrong, that her voice didn't match her mouth movements. It all sounded crazy, even to him. He decided to just drive faster, get to the destination, and be done with it. The highway was eerily empty. No other cars in sight in either direction, which was unusual even for this hour. Usually there would be at least a few other vehicles, some long-haul trucks or other night shift commuters. But tonight, the highway belonged solely to Daniel and his passenger. The overhead lights created pools of sodium yellow illumination at regular intervals, and each time they passed under one, Daniel glanced in his mirror at the woman. She never blinked. He was sure of it now. He'd been watching for 5 solid minutes, and her eyes hadn't closed once. They were fixed straight ahead, staring at the back of his seat with an intensity that was starting to make his skin crawl. Human beings blink involuntarily, constantly. It's impossible not to. But this woman hadn't blinked once since getting into his car. "How long have you lived in Marietta?" Daniel asked, desperate to hear her speak again, to confirm she was actually real and not some figment of his imagination. "I don't," she said, again without moving her lips. The voice simply manifested in the back seat. "I need to get home. I've been trying to get home for so long." Daniel felt sweat forming on his forehead despite the air conditioning. "What do you mean?" "The destination in the app is in Marietta." "That's where I died," the woman said, and this time her voice was different, hollow and echoing as if coming from the bottom of a well. "March 14th, 17 years ago, right here." Daniel's blood turned to ice. He looked at his dashboard display. The date was March 14th. He looked at the highway around him and suddenly recognized exactly where he was. This stretch of I-75 just past the Delk Road exit was where a major accident had occurred years ago. He remembered hearing about it, a pileup in the fog that had killed several people. In his rearview mirror, the woman's form began to flicker, like a video with a bad connection. One moment she was solid and real, the next moment he could see through her to the back seat. Her face, which had been obscured in shadow before, suddenly became clear. It was pale, impossibly pale, with dark, hollow eyes that held infinite sadness. "I died here," she repeated. "I died, and I've been trying to get home ever since. Every year on this night I try. I call for a ride and someone comes and we drive and I try to make it home. But I never do. Something always stops me. The ride ends early, or the driver gets scared and puts me out, or we reach the spot where I died and I just reset." Back to the house in Buckhead, waiting on the porch again, trying again. Daniel's foot instinctively moved toward the brake, but before he could slow down, he saw it. Ahead on the highway, maybe a quarter mile, there was fog. Impossibly thick fog appearing out of nowhere, rolling across the lanes like a living thing. It was the same fog that had caused the accident 17 years ago. "No," Daniel whispered. "No, this isn't happening." "You have to keep driving," the woman said urgently. Her voice was clearer now, more desperate. "Please, maybe this time will be different. Maybe with you I can finally make it home. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of being trapped here, of living this night over and over. Please don't stop." The fog was getting closer. Daniel could see it roiling and churning, illuminated by his headlights. It looked solid, like a wall. Behind him, the woman was fully transparent now, a ghost sitting in his back seat, her eyes pleading with him. Every instinct screamed at him to stop, to turn around, to get away from the fog and the ghost and this impossible situation. But he looked at her in the mirror, at the desperate hope in her spectral face, at the exhaustion of someone who had been trapped for 17 years, and something in him broke. He pressed down on the accelerator instead of the brake. "Hold on," he said. "We're going to make it through." The fog enveloped them like a suffocating blanket. Visibility dropped to zero instantly. Daniel couldn't see the hood of his own car, couldn't see the road, couldn't see anything but swirling gray mist. The temperature in the car plummeted, his breath suddenly visible in white puffs. He kept his foot steady on the accelerator, steering straight, trusting the road was still there beneath him. In the back seat, the woman began to glow with a faint blue light. Her form solidified slightly, becoming more real than it had been since the ride started. "I can see it," she whispered. "I can see my house. I can see my husband on the porch waiting for me. He's still waiting after all these years." The fog pressed in from all sides, so thick it felt solid. Daniel's hands ached from gripping the steering wheel. He had no idea if he was still on the highway or if he'd drifted off the road. He couldn't see the lines, couldn't see the barriers, couldn't see anything. But he kept driving forward, faster now, racing through the supernatural fog toward a destination he couldn't see. The woman in the back seat was almost solid now, almost fully real again. "Almost there," she breathed. "Almost home. Thank you for not stopping. Thank you for not being afraid. Thank you for..." The fog vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. One moment they were blind in the gray nothing, the next they were back on a clear highway under normal streetlights. Daniel gasped, his eyes desperately scanning the road to make sure he was still in his lane. He was. Everything was normal. Traffic had returned. He could see several other cars on the highway ahead and behind. He looked in his rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. The woman was gone. Not faded, not flickering, just completely absent, as if she'd never been there. The app on his phone showed the ride as completed, destination reached, though Daniel had no memory of taking the exit or driving to the address in Marietta. According to the app, the ride had ended normally, and Sarah M. had left him a 5-star rating and a tip. There was also a message from her in the app. Daniel opened it with shaking hands. It contained only 6 words. "I made it home, thank you, goodbye." Daniel pulled over onto the shoulder, his whole body trembling. He checked the back seat physically, actually turning around to look. Empty, completely empty. But there on the seat where she'd been sitting was a small wet spot, as if from morning dew. He reached back and touched it. His fingers came away cold and wet. He reported in sick for the rest of the week. When he finally returned to driving, he set his app to refuse any rides that started in Buckhead or went to Marietta. He never wanted to drive that stretch of I-75 again, never wanted to risk picking up another passenger who might not be entirely alive. But sometimes, late at night when the requests were slow, he would wonder about Sarah M. He hoped she'd made it home, hoped she was at peace, hoped her husband had finally got to see her one last time after 17 years of waiting. Daniel still drives for the rideshare company, but he's never been the same. He checks his rearview mirror constantly, obsessively, watching for passengers who don't blink, who don't breathe, who sit too still. Most nights everything is normal. But every year on March 14th at exactly 2:47 a.m., a ride request comes through from an address in Buckhead with a destination in Marietta. The passenger name is always Sarah M., with a 5-star rating and over 200 trips. Daniel has never accepted that request again. He wonders if anyone else has, and what they experienced in that terrible fog. He wonders if Sarah really made it home, or if she's still trapped, still trying, still hoping that someone will be brave enough to drive through the impossible and deliver her to the peace she's been seeking for 17 years. He wonders, but he never accepts the ride. Some destinations, he's learned, are not meant for the living to reach. Story 3. The station that shouldn't exist. Jennifer Hayes had been a long-haul trucker for 12 years, specializing in late-night and early morning routes across the Midwest. At 38, she developed an encyclopedic knowledge of every truck stop, rest area, and fuel station along her regular routes through Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas. She kept meticulous logs of fuel prices, parking availability, and food quality at each location. Organization and preparation were what kept her profitable and safe on the road. That knowledge made what happened on Interstate 70 in rural Missouri so profoundly disturbing, because the station she found that night existed nowhere in her records, nowhere on any map, and according to everyone she spoke to afterward, had never existed at all. It was a cold February night, temperature hovering just above freezing, with a light drizzle making the highway slick and treacherous. Jennifer was hauling agricultural equipment from Des Moines to St. Louis, a route she'd driven at least 100 times before. She left Iowa at 8 p.m., planning to arrive in St. Louis around 3 a.m. with one fuel stop in Columbia, Missouri. The highway was mostly empty, just the occasional truck or late-night traveler sharing the road. Around midnight, as she approached the Columbia area, Jennifer noticed her fuel gauge was lower than expected. She filled up completely in Des Moines, and the distance to Columbia should have used only about 3/4 of a tank. But the gauge showed less than a quarter remaining, which meant either her gauge was malfunctioning or she had a fuel leak. Neither option was good. She grabbed her CB radio to ask other truckers if there were any closer fuel stops, but the radio produced only static. Her cell phone showed no signal, which was unusual but not unheard of in rural Missouri. She decided to take the next exit and find fuel, not wanting to risk running empty on the highway. The exit appeared about 10 minutes later, marked with a weathered green sign that read Exit 127 Services. Jennifer didn't remember an Exit 127 in this area, but she assumed her mental catalog must have been wrong. She took the exit, her truck's engine rumbling as she descended the ramp. The exit led to a 2-lane road that curved away from the highway into darkness. No lights were visible, no buildings, just the road illuminated by her headlights cutting through the drizzle. Jennifer drove forward slowly, expecting to see signs for fuel or food services as the exit sign had promised. After about 2 miles, she was starting to consider turning around when she saw lights ahead. A truck stop materialized out of the darkness, its lights glowing like a beacon. The sign read, Last Chance Fuel and Food open 24 hours, in retro neon lettering that looked like it was from the 1950s. The parking lot was mostly empty, with only 3 other vehicles: an old pickup truck, a station wagon that looked to be from the 1970s, and another semi-truck that Jennifer didn't recognize. The whole place had a dated feel to it, from the architecture to the style of the gas pumps, but Jennifer was too focused on needing fuel to worry about aesthetics. She pulled up to the diesel pumps and shut off her engine. The silence was immediate and total. No highway noise in the distance, no wind, no sounds from inside the building. Just dead silence broken only by the ticking of her cooling engine. Jennifer got out of her cab, the drizzle immediately dampening her hair and jacket. The air smelled wrong, not like normal truck stop odors of diesel and exhaust, but like something old and stale, like the inside of a building that's been closed for decades. The fuel pump looked ancient, with mechanical number wheels instead of a digital display. There was no credit card reader, just a sign that said "Pay inside first." Jennifer walked toward the building, her boots splashing in puddles that reflected the neon lights in strange, wavering patterns. Through the windows, she could see the interior was brightly lit but appeared empty of people. She pushed open the glass door, a bell jingling overhead. The inside of the truck stop looked like a time capsule from the 1950s. Chrome stools lined a lunch counter, vinyl booths sat along the windows, and the shelves were stocked with products in packaging designs she hadn't seen outside of vintage advertisements. A jukebox in the corner played soft instrumental music that was barely audible. Everything was clean and well-maintained, but it all felt wrong, like walking into a museum exhibit rather than a functioning business. "Hello," Jennifer called out. Her voice sounded flat in the space, lacking the normal echoes and resonance you'd expect. "Is anyone here? I need to buy some fuel." A man appeared from a back room, wearing a spotless white shirt, black pants, and a name tag that read Earl. He was middle-aged, with neatly combed hair and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Everything about him was slightly off, too clean, too perfect, like an actor playing the role of a truck stop attendant rather than an actual person. "Good evening, miss," he said in a pleasant but somehow mechanical voice. "How can I help you?" "I need to fill up my truck," Jennifer said. "Diesel." "Of course, that'll be cash only, I'm afraid. Our card system is down." Earl's smile remained fixed on his face, unchanging. Jennifer felt a flutter of unease but pulled out her wallet. "How much for a full tank?" $50 should cover it, Earl said, which was far less than diesel should cost for a full tank. But Jennifer was too unsettled to argue about getting a good deal. She handed him 2 20s and a 10. The bills looked normal in her hand but seemed to fade slightly when Earl took them, as if they were becoming less real. "Pump number 3, Earl said, still smiling. "Take your time. Would you like some coffee while you're here? Fresh pot?" "No, thank you. I just want to fuel up and get back on the road." Jennifer turned to leave but paused. "Is there another way back to the interstate, a shorter route?" "Just head back the way you came," Earl said. "You'll find the highway exactly where you left it." Something about the way he said that made Jennifer's skin crawl. She walked quickly back to her truck, the bell jingling behind her as the door closed. In the parking lot, she noticed that the other vehicles were still there but hadn't moved. The pickup truck looked even older up close, a model from maybe the 1940s. The station wagon had wood paneling on the sides, a style from the mid-1970s. And the other semi-truck was a vintage model she'd only seen in trucking museums. Jennifer grabbed the fuel nozzle from pump 3 and began filling her tank. The numbers on the mechanical display rolled forward slowly, clicking with each increment. The sound was hypnotic and unsettling. As she stood there in the drizzle, watching the numbers climb, she noticed that the lights inside the truck stop were revealing strange things. The people she'd thought weren't there were actually visible if she looked at the right angle. Shadowy figures sitting in the booths, standing at the counter, moving through the aisles. But when she looked directly at them, they vanished. The fuel pump clicked off, showing exactly $50. Jennifer replaced the nozzle and climbed back into her cab, starting the engine with relief. She just wanted to get back to the highway, back to familiar territory, back to a world that made sense. She drove out of the parking lot back onto the two-lane road, heading toward where the highway should be. But the road seemed longer than before. She drove for 10 minutes, then 15, then 20, and the highway didn't appear. The landscape around her was featureless darkness, with no lights, no buildings, no landmarks of any kind. Her odometer showed she'd driven nearly 15 miles, but she'd only driven 2 miles from the highway to the truck stop. Something was very wrong. Jennifer grabbed her CB radio again, still static. Her cell phone still showed no signal. The GPS unit on her dashboard was showing her location as a blank gray space, completely off any map. Panic began to set in. She considered turning around and going back to the truck stop, but the thought of that place, with Earl's fixed smile and the shadow people in the windows, terrified her more than the unknown darkness ahead. She kept driving, faster now, her speedometer climbing to 60 miles per hour on the narrow road. The drizzle had stopped, and the air outside her windows looked strange, thicker than normal, almost like she was driving through water. Her headlights seemed to penetrate only a few feet before being absorbed by the darkness. After what felt like an hour but showed as only 15 minutes on her clock, Jennifer saw lights ahead. Highway lights. Relief flooded through her as she approached what appeared to be an entrance ramp back onto Interstate 70. She accelerated up the ramp and merged onto the highway, immediately feeling safer as the familiar road stretched out before her. But something was still wrong. The highway looked the same, but there was no traffic at all. No cars, no trucks, nothing. And the mile markers she passed were counting upward, but the numbers made no sense. Mile marker 573, then 574, then 575. There was no mile marker 573 on Interstate 70 in Missouri. The highway only went up to about mile marker 250 before crossing into Kansas. Jennifer's hands were shaking on the steering wheel. She wanted to stop, wanted to pull over and try to figure out what was happening, but she was terrified that if she stopped moving, she might never start again. She might end up like those vehicles in the truck stop parking lot, frozen in time, waiting forever in a place that shouldn't exist. The highway began to look increasingly strange. The pavement was smooth and perfect, with no cracks or repairs. The painted lines were bright and fresh as if they'd been painted minutes ago. The overhead lights were evenly spaced with mathematical precision. Everything was too perfect, too clean, too orderly. It looked like a highway, but it felt like a simulation of a highway, a copy made by something that understood the mechanics but not the reality. Mile marker 621 passed by, then 622. The numbers kept climbing into impossible territory. Jennifer noticed that her fuel gauge, which should have been full after her stop, was already showing 3/4. She'd only been driving for maybe 30 minutes, not nearly long enough to burn a quarter tank. Time and distance were broken here, following rules that didn't match reality. She saw another exit sign ahead. Exit 650 services. The same generic wording as the exit that had led to the truck stop. Jennifer kept driving, refusing to take the exit. More signs appeared at regular intervals, all promising services, all marked with impossibly high exit numbers. She ignored them all, focusing on driving forward, hoping that eventually she'd break through to the real world again. The highway began to curve, which was odd because Interstate 70 through Missouri was relatively straight. The curve grew sharper, and Jennifer realized with growing horror that she was driving in a circle. The highway was looping back on itself, a massive circuit with no beginning and no end. She could see her own taillights ahead of her in the distance, could see herself driving the same loop from the previous circuit. "No," Jennifer screamed, slamming her fist on the steering wheel. "This isn't real. This isn't possible." As if her words had broken some kind of spell, the highway in front of her suddenly shimmered and split. One path continued the loop, but another path branched off to the right, looking slightly more real, slightly less perfect. Jennifer jerked her steering wheel to the right, taking the branch without hesitation. The change was immediate and jarring. The too perfect highway became normal road again, with cracks and patches and real wear. The overhead lights became irregular, some working, some burned out. The mile markers started showing reasonable numbers again. 128, 127, 126. Traffic appeared around her, normal cars and trucks driven by normal people. Jennifer's GPS suddenly reconnected, showing her position on Interstate 70 just east of Columbia, Missouri. Her cell phone signal returned. Her CB radio crackled with normal trucker chatter. Everything was back to normal, as if the last hour and a half had never happened. Except her fuel gauge showed 3/4 of a tank and her clock showed 2:13 a.m., when it should have been maybe 12:45. She drove straight through to St. Louis without stopping, too shaken to risk another fuel stop. When she arrived at the delivery point, she immediately looked up exit 127 on Interstate 70 in Missouri. According to every map and database she could find, there was no exit 127 in that area. The exits jumped from 121 to 131, with nothing in between. She called the Missouri Department of Transportation and asked about truck stops near Columbia. They had no record of any facility matching her description, especially nothing with 1950s-style architecture and neon signs. Jennifer filed a report with her company, explaining that she'd experienced some kind of fuel gauge malfunction and gotten lost. She didn't mention the truck stop, the impossible highway loop, or the shadow people in the windows. She didn't think anyone would believe her, and she wasn't sure she believed it herself. But she knew it had been real. The missing time was real. The fuel that she'd somehow purchased for $50 was real. She stopped driving routes through that area of Missouri. She took a voluntary reassignment to runs through Iowa and Nebraska, avoiding Interstate 70 entirely. But sometimes at night, when she's driving through rural areas with sparse traffic and poor cell phone coverage, Jennifer watches for exit signs that don't belong. She watches for lights in the distance that shouldn't be there. And she never, ever stops at truck stops that look too perfect, too clean, too much like they're from the wrong decade. Because Jennifer knows the truth now. There are places that exist in the gaps between real locations, stops along roads that aren't quite part of the world everyone else lives in. And once you've visited one of those places, once you've bought fuel from someone like Earl with his unchanging smile, you can never be completely sure which side of reality you're driving on. Every exit might be the wrong one. Every truck stop might be the one you can never leave. Every highway might loop back on itself forever, trapping you in a circuit of road that exists outside of time and space. Jennifer still has the receipt from that night. It's printed on paper that looks old and feels too light, with faded ink that records a purchase of $50 of diesel at a location listed only as last chance. She keeps it in her glove compartment as a reminder, as proof, and as a warning. Because somewhere off Interstate 70 in rural Missouri, there's a truck stop with neon lights and shadow people, and a man named Earl who never stops smiling. And it's still there, still open 24 hours, still waiting for the next driver who makes the mistake of taking exit 127. Jennifer will never go back, but she knows that others will, because when you're running low on fuel in the middle of nowhere and you see lights promising services, you don't ask questions. You just take the exit and hope for the best. Jennifer hopes those drivers make it back to the real highway. She hopes they don't end up like those old vehicles in the parking lot, trapped forever in a place where time moves differently and reality bends around itself like a road with no end. She hopes, but she knows better than to count on hope, because she's seen what's out there in the gaps between places, And hope doesn't mean much in a world where truck stops can exist and not exist at the same time. Story 4. The convoy that followed. Robert Dutch Morrison had been a trucker for 24 years, primarily running loads along the West Coast from Seattle to San Diego. At 51, he'd seen every kind of traffic, weather condition, and road hazard imaginable. He'd driven through earthquakes in California, navigated heavy fog along the Oregon coast, and pushed through mountain passes in blizzards. He was the kind of driver other truckers looked up to, the voice of calm experience on the CB radio, always ready with advice or a joke to lighten the mood. Nothing shook Dutch. He'd earned his road name honestly, staying cool and steady no matter what challenges the highway threw at him. That reputation lasted until the night he encountered the convoy on Highway 395 through Nevada, a line of trucks that followed him for 200 miles and gradually revealed themselves to be something that shouldn't have been possible. It started normally enough on a warm September evening. Dutch had picked up a load of electronics in Reno and was heading south toward Los Angeles, a route he'd driven hundreds of times. Highway 395 cut through the eastern side of California and Nevada, passing through small towns and vast stretches of empty desert. It was one of Dutch's favorite routes because of its stark beauty and relatively light traffic. The sun was setting as he left Reno, painting the mountains in shades of orange and purple. About an hour into the drive, somewhere between Minden and Topaz Lake, Dutch noticed headlights in his mirrors. Another truck had pulled onto the highway behind him, maintaining a steady distance of maybe a quarter mile. This wasn't unusual. Truckers often ended up following each other for long stretches when their routes aligned. Dutch picked up his CB radio and keyed the mic. "Hey there, driver. This is Dutch heading south on 395. You got your ears on?" He waited for a response, but none came. The truck behind him continued at the same distance, matching his speed exactly. Dutch tried again. "Breaker, breaker, this is Dutch Morrison trying to raise the truck behind me on 395. Come back." Still nothing but static. Dutch shrugged it off. Maybe the other driver's CB was broken, or maybe they just didn't feel like chatting. He focused back on the road ahead. The highway was quiet, with no other traffic visible in either direction. The mountains loomed dark against the deepening twilight on both sides. Dutch turned on his running lights as full darkness fell, the world beyond his headlights becoming an ocean of black. 20 minutes later, Dutch glanced in his mirrors again. The truck was still there, same distance, same position. And now there was a second truck behind the first one, also maintaining that precise quarter-mile spacing. Dutch frowned. Two trucks following in perfect formation was a bit more unusual but still explainable. Maybe they were from the same company, running the same route together. He tried the CB again, cycling through all the channels. "This is Dutch Morrison to the convoy forming behind me. Anyone want to chat? We got a long road ahead." Silence. Not even the usual background chatter that populated most CB channels. It was like the airwaves were completely dead except for static. By the time Dutch passed through Bridgeport, there were 5 trucks behind him, all evenly spaced, all matching his speed with mechanical precision. Dutch's unease was growing. 5 trucks in a perfect convoy, none of them communicating, all of them following him specifically. He decided to test something. He slowed down gradually, dropping from 65 miles per hour to 55. In his mirrors, he watched as all 5 trucks behind him matched his deceleration perfectly, maintaining their exact spacing. Dutch accelerated back to 70. The convoy accelerated with him, the spacing never varying by so much as a foot. They moved as one unit, connected by invisible threads, responding to his changes in speed instantly. Dutch had been driving long enough to know this wasn't normal following behavior. Real drivers would close distance when he slowed, would lag when he accelerated, would show some variation in their spacing. These trucks moved with inhuman precision. He grabbed his cell phone, thinking he'd call another driver friend to discuss what was happening, but his phone showed no signal. This wasn't surprising in this remote area, but the timing felt wrong. Dutch tried his CB again on the emergency channel. "This is Dutch Morrison requesting assistance. I've got a situation on Highway 395 south of Bridgeport. Multiple vehicles following in an unusual pattern. Can anyone hear me?" The static in response sounded almost mocking. As Dutch drove past Bishop, the convoy behind him had grown to 10 trucks. They filled his mirrors now, a line of headlights stretching back into the darkness, all perfectly spaced, all moving in eerie synchronization. Dutch noticed something else that sent chills down his spine. The trucks were all the same model and color, dark blue Kenworths that looked identical in every detail. Not just similar, but absolutely identical, like copies of the same truck repeated over and over. Dutch's hands were sweating on the steering wheel now. He considered pulling over, letting the convoy pass, breaking free from whatever this was. But something instinctive told him that stopping would be the wrong move. These trucks weren't just following him, they were hurting him, keeping him moving, keeping him on this specific route. If he stopped, what would they do? Would they stop behind him and wait? Would they surround him? Dutch didn't want to find out. He pushed his speed higher, up to 75 miles per hour, testing the limits of safety on the dark highway. The convoy matched him perfectly, every single truck accelerating in unison, the spacing between them never changing. It was like looking at a mirror image repeated infinitely, each truck a reflection of the others, all of them somehow linked to his own vehicle. Near Big Pine, Dutch spotted a gas station that was still open, its lights blazing in the darkness. He briefly considered pulling in, seeking help, talking to another human being about what was happening. But as he approached, he saw that the parking lot was completely empty, and despite the lights being on, no one appeared to be inside. The building looked abandoned despite its illumination, like a stage set rather than a real functioning business. Dutch kept driving. The convoy had grown to 15 trucks now. Dutch could count them in his mirrors, a perfect line of identical vehicles following him into the night. He tried his CB one more time, desperately cycling through all 40 channels. "This is Dutch Morrison. I don't know who or what you are, but I need you to back off. You're making me nervous. Please respond." For the first time, there was a response. It wasn't words. It was a sound, a low-frequency hum that vibrated through his radio speakers and seemed to resonate in his chest. The hum rose and fell in waves, almost like breathing, almost like the collective breath of 15 engines synchronized into one sound. Dutch quickly turned off his CB, but he could still feel the vibration, still sense that unified presence behind him. Near Lone Pine, Dutch made a split-second decision. There was a turnoff ahead that led to an old mining road, barely more than a dirt track into the desert. Without signaling, without warning, Dutch cranked his steering wheel hard and took the turn, his truck lurching as it left the highway and bounced onto the rough surface. He expected the convoy to shoot past on the highway, confused by his sudden maneuver, giving him a chance to circle back and escape. But in his mirrors, he watched in horror as all 15 trucks took the same turn, matching his trajectory exactly, following him onto the narrow mining road. The precision was impossible. There was no way that many trucks could all react that quickly, all take a turn that sharp without slowing down significantly, all maintain their spacing on rough terrain. But they did. The convoy followed him onto the dirt road without hesitation, their headlights illuminating the desert in a long, perfectly straight line. Dutch pushed his truck faster, bouncing over ruts and rocks, his cargo rattling dangerously in the trailer. Dust billowed up behind him, but through the cloud he could still see their headlights, still see them following with that terrible precision. The mining road was leading deeper into the desert, away from civilization, away from help. This had been a mistake. Dutch hauled his wheel around and headed cross-country, driving off the road entirely, trying to lose them in the open desert. The convoy followed. Over rocks, through sagebrush, across terrain that no sane driver would attempt in the dark, they followed. Dutch could see them spreading out slightly now, still maintaining spacing but forming a wider line like they were herding him, keeping him from turning back toward the highway. He was trapped, being driven deeper into the empty wilderness by an impossible convoy that refused to break formation. Dutch's fear had transformed into something close to panic. His rational mind couldn't process what was happening. Trucks didn't behave this way. Drivers didn't follow with this precision. None of this made sense. He considered just stopping, getting out of his truck, confronting whatever this was face to face. But when he looked in his mirrors at those 15 sets of headlights, all pointed directly at him, all moving in perfect unison, his nerve failed. He drove for another hour through the desert, his progress slow on the rough terrain, the convoy always behind him, always following, always matching his movements with mechanical perfection. His fuel gauge was dropping rapidly, the inefficient desert driving consuming diesel at an alarming rate. Dutch realized with growing despair that he was going to run out of fuel eventually, and then he'd be stranded in the middle of nowhere with 15 mysterious trucks surrounding him. Just when Dutch was about to give up, about to stop and face whatever fate awaited him, he saw lights ahead. Real lights, civilization lights, the glow of a town or settlement. Dutch aimed for them like a drowning man swimming for shore, pushing his truck as fast as it would go. The lights grew closer, resolving into the shapes of buildings, streets, people. It was Independence, a small town on the western edge of Death Valley. Dutch had somehow looped back to civilization. He burst onto a paved street, his truck filthy and battered from the desert crossing, and immediately pulled into a gas station parking lot. He slammed on his brakes and finally stopped, his engine shuddering. Dutch sat there for a moment, breathing hard, then looked in his mirrors at the convoy that had followed him for over 200 miles. The street behind him was empty. No trucks, no headlights, no sign that anyone had been following him. The desert beyond the town was dark and still. Dutch jumped out of his cab and walked around to look at the road he'd come from. Nothing. The convoy had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. A local sheriff's deputy pulled up, probably alerted by Dutch's wild entrance into town. "You okay there, driver? You look like you've seen a ghost." Dutch tried to explain what had happened, but even to his own ears it sounded insane. 15 identical trucks following him for hours, matching his every move, driving through the desert in perfect formation, then vanishing the moment he reached town. The deputy was polite but clearly skeptical, suggesting that Dutch had been driving too long and should rest before continuing his route. Dutch never completed that delivery. He called his company and told them he was taking time off, that he needed to deal with a family emergency. It was 3 months before he got back in a truck, and when he did, he refused to drive Highway 395 ever again. He told other truckers about his experience in vague terms, testing whether anyone else had encountered something similar. Most dismissed it as road fatigue or hallucination, but a very few, would get a distant look in their eyes and change the subject quickly. Dutch eventually learned of other stories, passed in whispers at truck stops and rest areas. Stories of convoys that appeared out of nowhere, of trucks that followed with impossible precision, of vehicles that weren't quite real herding drivers into the empty places where reality wore thin. The stories were always similar: a lone driver, a remote highway, and a line of identical trucks that followed until they reached some unknown destination, or until the driver escaped to populated areas where the phenomenon couldn't sustain itself. Dutch still drives, but he's more careful now about which routes he takes and when. He avoids remote highways at night, sticks to major interstates with plenty of traffic, and never drives more than a few hours without stopping in a well-lit, populated area. He keeps his CB on at all times, listening for the voices of other drivers, needing that constant reassurance that he's not alone on the road. Because Dutch knows the truth now. The highways aren't empty. There are things traveling them that aren't quite trucks, driven by whatever passes for drivers in those vehicles, following patterns that have nothing to do with commerce or transportation. They're looking for something or someone, herding lone drivers toward destinations that exist outside the maps we navigate by. Dutch was lucky. He escaped. But he knows that somewhere out there on Highway 395, a convoy of 15 identical blue Kenworths is still driving through the night, maintaining perfect spacing, waiting for the next driver to follow, to herd, to deliver to whatever purpose they serve. And Dutch prays every night that he never sees those headlights in his mirrors again, never hears that low-frequency hum from his CB radio, never finds himself being followed by the convoy that has no destination except the darkness itself. Story 5. The rest stop outside of time. Patricia Reyes had been driving commercial buses for 9 years, primarily operating Greyhound routes along the East Coast from Miami to New York. At 34, she transported thousands of passengers, dealt with every type of difficult situation from medical emergencies to unruly travelers, and prided herself on maintaining perfect safety records and on-time arrivals. Patricia was methodical and professional, the kind of driver supervisors loved because she never caused problems and always filed her logs perfectly. Her passengers trusted her completely, often requesting her specific routes when booking their tickets. That trust made what happened on Interstate 95 in South Carolina so devastating, because Patricia led 42 passengers to a rest stop where time didn't work the way it should, and only she came back. It was a humid August afternoon when Patricia departed from the Jacksonville station with a full bus heading north. The passengers were the usual mix of travelers, families visiting relatives, college students returning to school, elderly retirees, a few business people who preferred buses to flying. Patricia went through her standard pre-trip routine, checking her vehicle thoroughly, collecting tickets, providing her practiced welcome announcement over the intercom. Everything was perfectly normal as she pulled onto Interstate 95 and settled into the long drive north. The first few hours passed without incident. Patricia maintained her speed at exactly 65 miles per hour, the big bus cruising smoothly up the interstate. She made her scheduled stop in Brunswick, Georgia, giving passengers a 15-minute break to stretch and use facilities. Everyone boarded on time, and they continued north into South Carolina. Around 6 p.m., as they passed Hardeeville, several passengers requested a bathroom break. Patricia checked her schedule and calculated that an unscheduled stop wouldn't throw off her arrival time too badly. She announced over the intercom that they would be stopping at the next rest area in approximately 20 miles. The passengers settled back, content to wait. The rest area appeared exactly on schedule, marked with the standard green highway sign, Rest Area 1 mile. Patricia took the exit ramp and pulled into what appeared to be a typical interstate rest facility. The building was a brick structure with bathrooms and vending machines visible through large windows. The parking lot was about half full, with various cars and several other commercial vehicles. Everything looked completely normal. Patricia parked the bus in a designated spot and stood to address her passengers. "We'll have a 15-minute stop here. Please stay close to the bus and be ready to board when I announce. Keep track of your belongings and watch the clock." The passengers filed off, most heading directly to the restrooms, some going to the vending machines, a few just walking around to stretch their legs. Patricia stepped off the bus herself, doing a quick visual inspection of the vehicle as she always did during stops. The tires looked good, no obvious leaks, everything normal. She checked her watch. 6:17 p.m. She would give passengers until 6:32, then start reboarding. Patricia walked toward the rest area building, intending to use the facilities herself and grab a coffee from the vending machine. The interior of the rest area was clean and well lit, with the standard institutional tile floors and painted concrete block walls. Patricia used the restroom and was returning to the main area when she noticed something odd. The clocks on the wall showed different times. One read 6:20, another showed 4:45, and a third displayed 9:33. Patricia frowned. Rest area clocks were usually synchronized to help travelers keep track of time. Having 3 different times showing was strange. She checked her watch again. 6:23 p.m., exactly what it should be. Probably the rest area clocks just had dead batteries and hadn't been fixed yet. Patricia went to the vending machine and bought a coffee. The machine took her money without issue, and the coffee came out hot and fresh. She stood there drinking it, watching through the windows as her passengers milled around outside. But as Patricia watched, she started to notice something disturbing. The passengers outside were moving strangely, their actions slightly off rhythm, like a video that was skipping frames. A woman walking to her car would be in one position, then suddenly be several feet further along without Patricia seeing the movement in between. A man stretching his arms would have them at his sides, then overhead, then back down, with no smooth transition between positions. Patricia blinked hard and shook her head, thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her. But the effect continued. Everyone outside moved in that jerky, discontinuous way, like they were blinking in and out of position rather than moving smoothly through space. Patricia looked at the other people inside the rest area building with her. They were moving normally, smooth and continuous. It was only the people outside, visible through the windows, who looked wrong. She checked her watch. 6:28 p.m. Time to start getting passengers back on board. Patricia walked outside and immediately felt a wave of disorientation. The air felt thicker somehow, like walking through water, and sounds were muffled and distant. She could see her passengers scattered around the parking lot, but they all looked slightly translucent, almost like projections rather than solid people. "Excuse me," Patricia called out to a young man who'd been sitting in the front of the bus. He turned toward her, moving in that same jerky, frame-skipping way she'd seen through the window. His mouth moved, clearly saying something, but Patricia heard no sound. She moved closer, reaching out to touch his shoulder, and her hand passed through him as if he wasn't there at all. Patricia stumbled backward, her mind reeling. The passenger didn't react to her attempted touch, just turned and walked toward the vending machines in his stuttering, discontinuous motion. Patricia looked around wildly at the other passengers. They were all like that, all translucent, all moving wrong, all somehow not completely there. She ran back into the rest area building, her heart pounding. Inside, the few people who'd been there before were gone. The building was empty now except for her. Patricia checked her watch again. 6:32 p.m. Right on schedule. But outside through the windows, something was very wrong with reality. Patricia made a decision. She would get back on the bus and leave, get away from this place where her passengers had become ghosts. She pushed through the door and ran toward her bus, the thick air seeming to resist her movement. The bus looked solid enough, the only thing in the parking lot that seemed completely real. Patricia climbed aboard, slamming into the driver's seat and starting the engine with shaking hands. The engine turned over immediately, the familiar rumble of the diesel motor, the most normal thing Patricia had experienced in the last 10 minutes. She looked back at the rows of seats and her blood froze. The seats were full. All 42 passengers were sitting there, exactly where they'd been before the stop, looking at her expectantly as if nothing had happened. But they were still translucent, still not quite solid, and when Patricia looked carefully, she could see that they weren't breathing. "What's going on?" Patricia managed to ask, her voice cracking. "What happened to all of you?" The passengers just looked at her with empty expressions. No one responded, no one moved. They just sat there waiting for her to drive, waiting for her to continue the route as if everything was normal. Patricia looked out the windshield at the rest area parking lot. The other vehicles were still there, including cars and trucks that had been there when she arrived, but no other people were visible anywhere. The building looked empty. The parking lot was deserted except for the vehicles themselves. It was like everyone had simply vanished, leaving only their transportation behind. She grabbed her CB radio, trying to call for help. "This is Patricia Ray's Greyhound driver on I-95 in South Carolina. I have an emergency situation. Does anyone copy?" Static. She tried her cell phone, no signal. She tried the bus's onboard communication system. Nothing. Patricia looked at her watch again. 6:37 p.m. But the dashboard clock on the bus showed 4:22 p.m. and the clock visible through the rest area building window now showed 11:16. Time was broken here, running at different rates in different places, and somehow her passengers had been caught in that breakage. She had to get out, had to leave this place and get back to the highway where reality worked properly. Patricia put the bus in gear and drove toward the parking lot exit. The translucent passengers sat silently in their seats, swaying slightly with the bus's movement but otherwise motionless. As Patricia approached the exit, she saw something that made her slam on the brakes. The exit road didn't lead to the highway. It curved around and came right back to the parking lot entrance, forming a perfect loop. The rest area was an island, disconnected from the highway system, existing in its own pocket of broken space and time. Patricia could see I-95 in the distance, traffic flowing normally on it, but there was no road connecting this parking lot to that highway. She tried anyway, driving across the grass toward where the entrance ramp should be. The bus bounced over the uneven ground, the passengers in back still not reacting, still sitting in their eerie silence. But as Patricia drove toward the highway, the distance never decreased. No matter how far she drove, I-95 remained the same distance away, like a horizon that receded as you approached. Patricia stopped the bus and put her head in her hands, fighting against panic. She was trapped. Her passengers were trapped, or worse, they weren't really here anymore, just echoes or copies left behind when their real selves went somewhere else. This rest stop existed outside normal time and space, and once you entered it, you couldn't leave. She sat there for what felt like hours, though her watch showed only minutes passing, trying to think of a solution. The passengers behind her never moved, never spoke, never did anything but sit and wait. Patricia tried driving around the entire perimeter of the rest area, looking for any exit, any way out. But the facility was completely enclosed, surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented her from reaching the normal world visible just beyond it. Finally, Patricia tried something desperate. She walked back into the rest area building, leaving the bus running with the ghost passengers inside. If there was a way in, there had to be a way out. She searched the building methodically, checking every door, every hallway, every room. Most doors led to the expected places: bathrooms, maintenance closets, storage rooms. But one door, unmarked and easy to overlook, opened onto a stairway heading down. Patricia descended the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the concrete shaft. The stairs went down much farther than should have been possible, deeper than any basement should be. After what felt like several stories, Patricia emerged into a large underground space that looked like a bus terminal, with multiple platforms and vehicles parked in designated spots. But the buses here were wrong. They were the right shape, the right size, but they seemed to be made of shadow and mist rather than metal and glass. And they were full of passengers, hundreds of translucent figures sitting silently in the vehicles, waiting for destinations they would never reach. Patricia realized with horror that this was where all the missing travelers ended up, all the people who'd stopped at this rest area over the years and never left. She turned and ran back up the stairs, taking them two at a time, desperate to get back to the surface. When she burst out of the door at the top, She was no longer in the rest area. She was standing on the side of Interstate 95, on the shoulder of the highway, with traffic flowing normally past her. Her bus was nowhere in sight. The rest area was nowhere in sight. Patricia was alone on the highway with only the clothes on her back. A state trooper pulled over, concerned about the pedestrian on the interstate. Patricia tried to explain what had happened, about her bus full of passengers, about the rest area that trapped people, about the underground terminal filled with ghost buses. The trooper was kind but clearly thought she was confused or in shock. He took her to the nearest station, where Patricia's story became even harder to explain. According to all records, Patricia's bus had never made the journey from Jacksonville that day. The bus itself was found back at the Jacksonville depot, exactly where it should have been, as if it had never left. The 42 passengers who'd boarded that afternoon were all reported missing, their families frantic, authorities baffled. Security footage showed them boarding the bus, but no footage showed the bus ever leaving the depot. Patricia spent weeks being questioned by police, FBI, and transportation investigators. They found no evidence of foul play, no explanation for how 42 people could vanish. Patricia's story about the rest stop was dismissed as a stress-induced delusion. Eventually, with no evidence of any crime, she was released, though she remained the prime suspect in what was considered a mass disappearance. She never drove a bus again. She couldn't. Every time she saw a rest area, Patricia would have panic attacks, seeing in her mind those translucent passengers, that underground terminal, those ghost buses full of people trapped forever in a place outside of time. She moved away from the East Coast entirely, settling in Colorado where she took a job as a school secretary, as far from interstate highways as she could get. But Patricia knows the truth. Somewhere along Interstate 95 in South Carolina, there's a rest area that looks completely normal. Travelers pull in for bathroom breaks and snacks, not knowing they might never leave. Some do escape like Patricia did, but their vehicles and passengers don't. They're left behind, added to the collection in that underground terminal, trapped in a pocket of reality where time runs in circles and space doesn't connect to anywhere real. Patricia has tried to warn people. She's posted about it online, called the Highway Department, even tried to physically locate the rest area again to photograph it and prove it exists. But she's never been able to find it. Maybe it moves. Maybe it only appears to certain people at certain times. Or maybe Patricia did escape, but only partially, and the rest area exists in a version of reality slightly offset from the one she now occupies. Whatever the truth, Patricia knows that 42 people trusted her to transport them safely, and she led them to a place where time stopped and people became ghosts. Those passengers are still there, still sitting in her bus, still waiting for her to complete the route and take them home. And every night, Patricia dreams of driving that bus, of pulling back into that rest area parking lot, of taking her passengers down to the underground terminal where all the other ghost buses wait. In her dreams, she always parks the bus in an empty spot, and when she steps off, she becomes translucent like them, and she knows that she's finally joined them in the place outside of time where she's been destined to be all along. She wakes up screaming, checking to make sure she's solid, that she's real, that she hasn't faded into a ghost herself. Not yet. But she knows it's only a matter of time before the rest stop claims her completely, before she stops waking up from those dreams and stays in that underground terminal forever. Just another driver who made the mistake of stopping at the wrong place and never found her way back home. Story 6. The Bridge with Two Ends. Kevin Hartley had spent 18 years as a courier driver, specializing in urgent overnight deliveries throughout the Pacific Northwest. At 46, he knew every major and minor route from Vancouver to Sacramento, every shortcut and backroad that could save precious minutes on time-sensitive deliveries. His van was his mobile office, equipped with GPS, multiple communication devices, and a sophisticated routing system that calculated the fastest path between any 2 points. Kevin was efficient, reliable, and proud of his perfect delivery record. That record meant everything to him, which is why he made the choice to take the bridge when his GPS offered it as a shortcut, a choice that revealed reality to be far more flexible and terrifying than any map could show. The delivery that night was typical: medical samples from a laboratory in Olympia, Washington, to a research facility in Portland, Oregon. Time-sensitive but not emergency-critical, with a delivery window that gave Kevin some flexibility. He'd made this run dozens of times before, usually taking Interstate 5 straight south, a route that was reliable and well-lit. But as he approached Centralia around 1 a.m., his GPS suddenly chimed with an alert. Alternate route available. Time savings, 37 minutes. Accept alternate route. Kevin glanced at the screen. The GPS was showing a route that left I-5 and cut west through what appeared to be rural roads before rejoining the interstate further south. The route included a bridge crossing that Kevin didn't recognize, but the GPS was usually accurate about time savings. 37 minutes was significant and would get him to Portland well ahead of schedule. Accept, Kevin said aloud, and the GPS recalculated his route. The next exit was marked for Highway 12, which Kevin knew led west toward the coast. He took the exit, leaving the comfortable brightness of the interstate for a 2-lane highway cutting through dark forest. This wasn't necessarily unusual. Rural highways in this area were often shortcuts between interstate segments. The GPS directed him through a series of turns onto progressively smaller roads. Kevin started to feel uncertain about the route as the roads became narrower and less maintained, but the GPS showed him still on track, the estimated time savings holding steady. Then the GPS announced, "In 2 miles, cross the Greystone Bridge, then continue south for 18 miles. Kevin had never heard of Greystone Bridge, but that meant nothing. There were hundreds of bridges in Washington, many with names only locals would recognize. The road ahead curved through dense forest, the trees pressing close on both sides. Kevin's headlights were the only illumination in the absolute darkness of the rural night. The bridge appeared suddenly, a long concrete span crossing what must have been a significant river valley, though the darkness was too complete to see what was below. Large green signs on either side of the entrance read Greystone Bridge in reflective lettering. The bridge was old. Kevin could tell from the architectural style, probably built in the 1950s or 60s. The concrete had a weathered appearance, and the railings were simple metal barriers rather than the more modern designs. Kevin drove onto the bridge without hesitation. The surface was smooth, and his van's headlights illuminated about 100 feet ahead, showing the bridge stretching straight into the darkness. The span appeared to be about a mile long, which was substantial but not unprecedented for this region. Kevin maintained his speed at 45 miles per hour, the posted limit according to a faded sign at the bridge entrance. About halfway across, Kevin noticed something odd. His GPS signal had dropped out, the screen showing his van as a gray dot on a blank area with no roads or landmarks. This sometimes happened in remote areas with poor satellite coverage. More concerning was his van's dashboard clock, which had started behaving strangely. As Kevin watched, the digital display flickered rapidly through different times. 1:24 a.m., 3:47 a.m., 11:33 p.m., 5:12 a.m., the numbers changing every few seconds in no logical sequence. Kevin looked away from the malfunctioning clock and focused on the road ahead. But something was wrong with the bridge now. He'd been driving for what felt like several minutes at 45 miles per hour, which should have covered most of the span by now, but the far end of the bridge wasn't getting any closer. The headlights still showed the same view: concrete road surface, metal railings, and darkness beyond. No sign of the exit, no variation in the scenery. Kevin checked his odometer. He'd traveled 1.2 miles since entering the bridge. But the bridge entrance was still visible in his rearview mirror, the green Greystone Bridge sign clear and distinct maybe 100 yards behind him. That was impossible. He'd driven over a mile, but the entrance was still there, close enough to reverse back to if he wanted. He pressed harder on the accelerator, increasing his speed to 60 miles per hour. The bridge surface rushed beneath his tires, the white center line becoming a blur. Kevin drove for 5 minutes at that speed, covering nearly 5 miles according to his odometer. But in his rearview mirror, the entrance to the bridge was still there, the same distance behind him. And ahead, the bridge still showed no sign of ending. Kevin slammed on the brakes, his van skidding to a stop in the middle of the bridge. His heart was pounding as he tried to understand what was happening. The bridge had no exit. Or more precisely, the bridge had an entrance and presumably an exit, but the space between them didn't follow normal rules of distance or geometry. He was driving but not actually going anywhere, stuck in the middle portion of the span with both ends, somehow equidistant no matter how far he traveled. He got out of the van, leaving the engine running and the headlights on. The air on the bridge was absolutely still, no wind at all despite being on an elevated span that should have been exposed to air currents. Kevin walked to the railing and looked over. The darkness below was complete, giving no hint of what the bridge crossed. He couldn't see water, couldn't see ground, couldn't see anything. It was like looking into the void itself. Kevin pulled out his cell phone. No signal. He tried his van's radio communication system. Dead silence, not even static. Every electronic device was either malfunctioning or completely non-functional. He was cut off from the outside world, trapped on a bridge that seemed to have no end. He got back in the van and decided to try reversing, going back the way he'd come. If the entrance was still visible behind him, maybe he could reach it by going backward. Kevin shifted into reverse and began backing up, watching his mirrors carefully. The green entrance sign stayed in view, maintaining that same 100-yard distance despite Kevin's movement. After reversing for what his odometer showed as 2 miles, Kevin stopped. The entrance wasn't getting closer. Neither was the presumed exit ahead. The bridge seemed to have expanded somehow, stretched out to trap him in an infinite middle section. Kevin felt panic rising in his chest, his breathing becoming rapid and shallow. He tried driving forward again, faster this time, pushing his van to 75 miles per hour on the straight, empty bridge. The wind from his speed whistled around the van, but the still air outside remained motionless. Kevin drove for 20 minutes without slowing, covering what should have been nearly 25 miles. The odometer confirmed the distance, clicking steadily upward. But the view never changed. Entrance still visible behind, exit still invisible ahead. Kevin noticed other strange phenomena as he drove. The concrete surface of the bridge showed no variation, no cracks or repairs or expansion joints. It was perfectly uniform, like it had been poured moments ago rather than decades. The railings were identical on both sides, with no variation in the posts or the metal bars. Everything was too perfect, too consistent, like a computer-generated texture repeated infinitely. His fuel gauge was dropping rapidly. Kevin had started with 3/4 of a tank, but now he was down to less than a quarter after all this high-speed driving. Soon he would run out of fuel and be stranded on this impossible bridge with no way to call for help and no prospect of anyone finding him. In desperation, Kevin tried something extreme. He drove his van to the right side of the bridge until his wheels were against the railing, then followed the railing, letting it guide him. His theory was that the bridge must curve eventually, must connect to something, and by following the edge he might find an anomaly or exit that wasn't visible in the center of the road. He drove like this for miles, his passenger side wheels bumping along next to the railing, his van tilted slightly from the uneven position. And slowly, gradually, Kevin began to notice changes. The railing began to show variation, imperfections in the metal, signs of aging and wear. The concrete developed cracks and patches. The view ahead started to show the subtle rise and fall of a real road surface rather than the perfectly flat plain. The exit appeared suddenly, a green sign reading Greystone Bridge End Highway 508 South, and beyond it the blessed sight of normal forest road. Kevin accelerated toward it, tears streaming down his face, desperate to escape the bridge before it could change its mind and trap him again. His van shot off the bridge and onto the exit road, and Kevin felt the change immediately. The air had movement again. His GPS signal returned, showing his location on a network of roads. His dashboard clock stabilized at 2:47 a.m. His radio came alive with static and distant stations. Kevin pulled over as soon as he found a wide spot in the road and turned off the engine. He sat there shaking, trying to process what had just happened. He checked his odometer reading against what it had been before entering the bridge. He'd driven 47 miles on a span that should have been maybe 1 mile long. His fuel gauge showed nearly empty, consistent with driving that distance at high speed. The delivery. Kevin checked his cargo. The medical samples were still secure in their refrigerated container in the back of his van. He looked at his schedule. He'd lost nearly 2 hours, but he could still make the delivery window if he drove directly to Portland with no more stops. Kevin started his engine and pulled back onto the road, following his GPS toward Interstate 5. But Kevin couldn't stop thinking about the bridge. What was it? Why did it exist? Were there other drivers trapped on it right now, driving endlessly through that featureless middle section, slowly running out of fuel and hope? Kevin decided that once he made his delivery, he would report the bridge to authorities, warn them about the danger, make sure no other drivers got trapped there. Except when Kevin tried to report it, he encountered a disturbing problem. There was no Greystone Bridge in any official records. The Washington Department of Transportation had never heard of it. Maps showed no bridge in the area where Kevin had been. The exits and roads he'd taken to reach the bridge were real, but they didn't lead to any bridge crossing. They just connected to other roads in a normal network. Kevin tried to find his way back to the bridge, driving the same route he'd taken that night. But the turnoff wasn't there. The roads were real, but they didn't connect the way his GPS had shown. There was no way to recreate his path. The bridge had vanished, or had never existed in any permanent sense, or existed in some parallel space that wasn't always accessible. His employer accepted his explanation about GPS routing issues causing the delay, and the medical samples arrived within the acceptable window. Kevin's perfect record remained intact, at least officially, but Kevin's confidence was shattered. He couldn't trust his GPS anymore, couldn't trust bridges, couldn't trust that the roads he drove were connected to reality in the way they appeared to be. He started refusing night deliveries, preferring daylight hours when he could see where roads actually led. He avoided small rural highways, sticking to major interstates. He checked multiple map sources before accepting any routing suggestions. Other drivers noticed his changed behavior and made jokes about him becoming paranoid. Kevin didn't care. He knew what was out there, because Kevin had learned a terrible truth. Infrastructure isn't as solid as we think it is. Bridges connect places, but some bridges connect to places that shouldn't be reachable, spaces between locations where normal rules of distance and time don't apply. The Greystone Bridge was one such span, a crossing that led nowhere, or everywhere, or to the impossible middle ground that exists when you try to map infinity onto a finite surface. Kevin still drives, still makes his deliveries, but he's never again completely certain that the road beneath his wheels is taking him where he intends to go. Every bridge he crosses now is a moment of terror, a span he has to force himself to drive over while fighting the urge to turn around and find a different route. Most bridges are fine, normal, solid connections between normal places, but Kevin knows that some aren't. Some bridges have two ends that are both behind you and ahead of you, both close and infinitely distant. Some bridges trap you in their middle section forever, an endless span of concrete over an abyss that has no name. Kevin keeps a supply of extra fuel cans in his van now, and multiple paper maps as backups for his GPS. He's preparing for the possibility that one day he'll find himself on another impossible bridge, another span that doesn't connect properly to the world. And if that day comes, he wants to be ready, wants to have enough fuel to drive until he finds the edge, the variation in the pattern, the way out that must exist if you're desperate enough to find it. Because Kevin escaped once. He found the way off Greystone Bridge by following the railing, by refusing to give up, by driving until the simulation broke down and reality reasserted itself. But Kevin knows he might not be so lucky next time. Next time the bridge might not have a railing to follow, might not have an exit that appears if you just drive far enough. Next time he might join the other drivers he suspects are out there, still trapped on their own impossible bridges, still driving endlessly through featureless middle sections, their fuel gauges dropping toward empty, their hope fading as they realize that some spans don't end, some crossings don't complete, and some roads lead only to the infinite nothing between here and there. Kevin drives carefully now, checks everything twice, and prays to gods he doesn't believe in that he never sees another green sign reading Greystone Bridge appear in his headlights. Because once was enough. Once was more than enough. Once almost cost him everything, and Kevin knows that the bridge is still out there somewhere, still waiting, still offering shortcuts to drivers desperate to save time, still trapping those who accept its false promise of a faster route. And Kevin cannot warn them, cannot stop them, can only hope they're better prepared than he was for the journey across a span that should take minutes but might last forever. Story 7. The Cargo That Watched. Raymond Torres had been hauling refrigerated freight for 14 years, transporting perishable goods across the southern United States from Texas to Florida and everywhere in between. At 43, he'd carried everything from frozen vegetables to pharmaceutical products, maintaining the precise temperature control that such loads required. Raymond was meticulous about his cargo, checking temperatures every hour, inspecting seals, ensuring nothing could compromise the integrity of his shipment. That attention to detail made him one of the most trusted refrigerated haulers in his company. But it also meant that Raymond noticed things other drivers might have missed, noticed when something was wrong with a load, noticed when cargo behaved in ways that cargo shouldn't behave, noticed when the things in his trailer started watching him back. The delivery manifest was straightforward: a full load of medical supplies from a distribution center in Houston to various hospitals throughout Louisiana. The pickup was routine, the loading supervised by warehouse staff who checked off each pallet on their inventory sheets. Raymond watched through his side mirror as they loaded the trailer, forklift after forklift carrying shrink-wrapped pallets of cardboard boxes into the refrigerated space. Everything looked standard: white boxes with red medical crosses, proper labeling, correct documentation. Raymond performed his usual pre-trip inspection, checking the refrigeration unit, the door seals, the tire pressure, all the mechanical systems. Everything was in perfect working order. The temperature was set to 38 degrees Fahrenheit, appropriate for medical supplies. Raymond signed the paperwork, secured his trailer doors, and pulled out of the Houston facility around 4 p.m., planning to make deliveries in Lafayette, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans over the next 2 days. The first few hours of the drive were completely normal. Raymond took Interstate 10 east, the familiar route through the Texas wetlands toward Louisiana. Traffic was moderate, the weather was clear, and his refrigeration unit hummed along steadily. Raymond checked his temperature gauge every hour as usual, 38 degrees, exactly where it should be. No alarms, no anomalies, no problems. Around 9 p.m., as Raymond crossed into Louisiana, he pulled into a truck stop for fuel and a meal break. This was his standard routine, and he followed it precisely. After fueling, Raymond walked around his truck for a visual inspection before going inside to eat. He checked his trailer doors, making sure they were still locked and sealed. Everything looked fine. But as Raymond walked past the side of his trailer, he heard something that made him pause. A sound was coming from inside the trailer. A soft, rhythmic tapping like fingernails on metal. Raymond stopped and listened more carefully. Tap, 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 steady and consistent, coming from somewhere in the middle of the trailer. Raymond frowned. Cargo shouldn't make tapping sounds. Medical supplies were boxed and palletized, secured with straps. They shouldn't move or make noise during transport. Raymond walked to the front of the trailer and checked the temperature display on the refrigeration unit. Still 38 degrees, no variation. The unit was working perfectly. Maybe the sound was just the refrigeration compressor cycling, or thermal contraction of metal as the temperature maintained itself. Raymond convinced himself that it was nothing and went inside the truck stop to eat. But during his meal, Raymond couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tapping sound had been too regular, too deliberate. It had sounded intentional rather than mechanical. Raymond cut his meal short and returned to his truck, intending to open the trailer and visually inspect the cargo. Even though it would compromise his temperature control briefly, he needed to make sure everything was secure. Raymond unlocked the trailer doors and swung them open. Cold air spilled out, and the interior lights illuminated the palletized cargo. Everything looked exactly as it had been loaded. The straps were tight, the pallets were in their proper positions, none of the boxes had fallen or shifted. Raymond climbed into the trailer and walked between the rows of cargo, checking each stack carefully. Nothing was amiss. The boxes were stable, properly labeled, correctly secured. Raymond felt foolish for worrying. The tapping must have been something mechanical after all. He climbed out of the trailer, closed the doors, and sealed them again. The temperature had dropped to 36 degrees during his inspection, but it would return to 38 quickly. Raymond drove away from the truck stop, continuing east toward Lafayette. But an hour later, the tapping started again. And this time, Raymond was driving inside his cab far enough from the trailer that he shouldn't be able to hear what was happening in the cargo area. Yet he could hear it clearly through the walls. Tap, 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 the same rhythm, the same deliberate cadence. Raymond turned down his radio, listening carefully. The tapping continued, unaffected by the road noise or the engine sound. It was definitely coming from the trailer, and it was definitely not mechanical. There was an intelligence to it, a pattern that felt like communication rather than random noise. Around midnight, Raymond pulled into a rest area, unable to ignore the tapping any longer. He grabbed his flashlight and walked to the back of the trailer. The tapping was louder here, more insistent. Raymond pressed his ear against the metal wall and listened. The tapping was coming from multiple locations now, several different points along the trailer wall, all tapping in the same rhythm but slightly out of sync, creating a rippling wave of sound. Raymond opened the trailer doors again and climbed inside, shining his flashlight over the cargo. The pallets were still secured, still in their proper places. But now Raymond noticed something he'd missed before. Some of the boxes had handwritten notations on them, scrawled in black marker. Handle with extreme care, and do not expose to light, and keep refrigerated at all times. These warnings weren't on the printed labels. They'd been added by hand. Raymond examined one of the boxes more closely, reading the medical terminology on the label. It mentioned tissue samples and organ transport. Raymond had hauled medical supplies countless times, including organs for transplant, but those shipments were always specially marked, always came with specific handling instructions, always required additional documentation. This shipment had been presented as general medical supplies, not organ transport. The tapping stopped suddenly, plunging the trailer into silence. Raymond stood frozen among the cargo, his flashlight beam cutting through the cold air. The silence felt wrong somehow, more disturbing than the tapping had been. It was the silence of being watched, of being waited for, of something holding its breath in anticipation. Then Raymond saw it. One of the boxes near the back of the trailer had a small tear in the cardboard, and through that tear something was looking at him. An eye. A human eye, unmistakably alive, unmistakably aware, staring directly at Raymond with an intensity that froze his blood. Raymond stumbled backward, his flashlight dropping and rolling on the trailer floor. The eye followed him, the angle changing as whatever was in the box turned to keep him in view. Raymond grabbed his flashlight and shone it directly at the box. The eye didn't blink, didn't look away, just stared with a terrible hunger and desperation. Raymond backed out of the trailer and slammed the doors shut, his hands shaking so badly he could barely work the locks. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what he'd seen. Tissue samples, organ transport, but eyes don't stay alive during transport. Organs are preserved, kept viable for transplant, but they don't watch, they don't look around, they don't demonstrate awareness. Unless they weren't organs for transplant. Unless they were something else entirely. Raymond climbed back into his cab and grabbed his phone. He would call the company, report the anomaly, refuse to continue the delivery until someone explained exactly what he was carrying. But before he could dial, his phone rang. The caller ID showed unknown number. Raymond answered hesitantly. "Hello, Mr. Torres." The voice was calm and professional with no accent or distinguishing characteristics. "You opened your trailer. That wasn't part of the protocol." "Who is this? How do you know I opened the trailer?" Raymond's eyes darted to his mirrors, checking if someone was watching him. "We monitor all shipments of this nature. The temperature drop alerted us. We strongly advise you to continue your route without further inspections. The cargo is delicate and requires careful handling." "What the hell am I carrying?" Raymond demanded. "That's not medical supplies back there. I saw." "You saw nothing," the voice interrupted. "You are transporting medical research materials. Everything is properly documented and legal. Any deviation from your route or any further unauthorized inspections will result in breach of contract and potential legal action against you personally." "I saw an eye," Raymond said. "There was an eye in one of the boxes and it was looking at me. Living tissue shouldn't be conscious during transport. What kind of research materials are these?" "That is not your concern, Mr. Torres. Your concern is delivering the cargo on schedule. Do not open the trailer again. Do not discuss this shipment with anyone. Complete your deliveries as specified in your manifest. Any deviation will have serious consequences." The line went dead. Raymond sat in his cab, the phone still pressed to his ear, trying to process what had just happened. Someone was actively monitoring his truck, watching his every move, and they'd called him within minutes of his inspection. What kind of cargo required that level of oversight? The tapping started again, louder now, more urgent. And it wasn't just tapping anymore. Raymond could hear other sounds, scratching, scraping, and beneath it all, a low moaning that might have been wind in the refrigeration unit or might have been something else entirely. The sounds were coming from multiple locations throughout the trailer, as if the entire cargo was alive, was aware, was trying to communicate or escape. Raymond started his engine and pulled out of the rest area. He would complete this delivery, but only because he was terrified of what might happen if he didn't. The voice on the phone had carried an implicit threat, and Raymond had no doubt they were serious. Whoever they were, whatever they were transporting, they had the power and organization to monitor his truck in real time and to make his life very difficult if he interfered. The drive to Lafayette took 3 hours that felt like 3 years. The sounds from the trailer continued throughout, sometimes quiet tapping, sometimes frantic scratching, sometimes that low moaning that made Raymond's skin crawl. He tried playing his radio loud to drown out the sounds, but nothing could completely mask them. They were always there, always present, always reminding him that he was hauling something that shouldn't exist. The first delivery was to a hospital in Lafayette, but not the main hospital building. The GPS coordinates directed Raymond to a service entrance at a research facility connected to the hospital. At 3 a.m., the facility was mostly dark, but a security guard was waiting at the designated entrance. He checked Raymond's documentation and directed him to a specific loading dock. Raymond backed his trailer up to the dock, and a team of workers appeared, dressed in full biohazard suits with respirators. They entered his trailer without speaking to him and removed 5 pallets, loading them onto electric carts and wheeling them into the building through a heavy security door. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. None of the workers spoke or acknowledged Raymond's existence. As soon as the pallets were removed, the tapping from those specific locations stopped. The cargo that remained was quieter now, as if whatever had been removed had been leading the others, and without it they were less agitated. Raymond signed the delivery confirmation on an electronic pad, and the security guard directed him to leave immediately. The second delivery in Baton Rouge was similar. A research facility, early morning hours, workers in biohazard suits, complete silence, no explanation. Another 7 pallets removed, more of the strange sounds disappearing as the cargo was unloaded. Raymond wanted to ask questions, wanted to demand answers, but the armed security guards and the anonymous workers in their suits made it clear that questions wouldn't be welcomed. The final delivery in New Orleans was the largest, requiring the removal of all remaining cargo. The facility here was underground, accessed through a parking garage entrance that descended several levels below the street. Raymond had never delivered to an underground loading dock before. The space was brightly lit and filled with sophisticated equipment, medical devices, and computers. The workers here were more numerous, at least 20 people working efficiently to remove every single box from Raymond's trailer. When the trailer was finally empty, Raymond climbed inside to inspect it one more time. The metal walls showed strange marks, long scratches that looked like they'd been made by fingernails, dozens of them throughout the cargo area. And in several locations, there were small bloodstains, dark red spots on the floor and walls that hadn't been there when the trailer was loaded. Raymond quickly left the trailer and completed his paperwork. The facility supervisor handed him an envelope with confidentiality bonus written on it. Inside was $5,000 in cash and a single sheet of paper with a non-disclosure agreement that Raymond was required to sign. The agreement stipulated that he would never discuss this shipment or its contents with anyone under penalty of legal action and financial liability. Raymond signed without reading the details. He just wanted to be done with this nightmare delivery. He climbed into his cab and drove out of the underground facility, emerging into the early morning light of New Orleans. He drove his empty trailer straight to a truck wash and paid extra for the interior to be pressure cleaned and sanitized. He needed every trace of that cargo removed, every mark and stain and memory scrubbed away. But Raymond couldn't scrub away the memory of that eye looking at him from inside the box, or the sounds of tapping and scratching that had filled his trailer throughout the night, or the blood stains that shouldn't have been there if the cargo was truly just tissue samples. He'd hauled something alive, something that was aware and suffering, something that was being transported for purposes Raymond didn't want to imagine. Raymond took a week off after that delivery, telling his dispatcher he needed personal time. He spent those days researching, trying to find information about medical research that might involve conscious tissue, experimental procedures that existed in legal gray areas, black market organ trafficking networks. What he found disturbed him deeply. There were hints, rumors, stories of research that pushed ethical boundaries, of procedures that required fresh tissue with active neural connections, of experiments that walked the line between legitimate science and horror. When Raymond finally returned to work, he added specific clauses to his contract that allowed him to refuse shipments that weren't properly disclosed. He started carefully reading every manifest, every piece of documentation, looking for the kind of vague language that had hidden the true nature of his Louisiana delivery. He turned down several lucrative runs because the paperwork didn't feel right, didn't provide enough detail about what he'd be carrying. Other drivers thought he'd become paranoid, overly cautious, letting good money slip away because of unnecessary concerns. But Raymond knew better. He'd carried cargo that watched him, that had been aware of his presence, that had tried to communicate through tapping and scratching and moaning. He'd been a participant in something terrible, something that kept people alive in circumstances that shouldn't be possible, for purposes that shouldn't be legal. Raymond still drives, still hauls refrigerated freight, but he never takes loads from that Houston distribution center again. He never delivers to research facilities connected to hospitals. He never accepts shipments labeled vaguely as medical research materials. And every time he checks his trailer during a run, every time he opens those doors and looks at the cargo inside, Raymond remembers that eye watching him from inside the box, and he wonders how many other drivers are unknowingly transporting horrors. How many trailers on the highway are filled with cargo that shouldn't exist, with tissue that should be dead, but isn't, with experiments that push the boundaries of life and death into territories where consciousness persists in fragments, trapped in boxes. Tapping on metal walls, desperately trying to communicate that they're still aware, still suffering, still trapped in the terrible space between living and dying that some research demands. Raymond knows he could never prove what he carried that night, that the non-disclosure agreement and the $5,000 bribe ensure his silence, that the powerful organization behind those shipments would destroy him if he spoke publicly. So Raymond stays quiet, refuses similar loads, and tries to forget. But he can't forget the tapping, that deliberate rhythm that felt like Morse code or some desperate language trying to spell out help or please or kill us. And every night, Raymond wonders if somewhere in Louisiana, in underground facilities beneath hospitals and research centers, those eyes are still watching, that tissue is still suffering, and new cargo is being prepared for the next driver who won't ask too many questions, who will just deliver what they're paid to deliver, who will try to ignore the sounds coming from their trailer as they drive through the night with their load of horrors that medicine shouldn't produce but somehow does. Story 8. The radio that broadcast tomorrow. Sandra Mitchell had been a delivery driver for a major package shipping company for 11 years, working a route that covered rural areas in upstate New York. At 39, she'd logged over 500,000 miles delivering packages to farms, small towns, and isolated homes throughout the region. Sandra was known for her reliability and her ability to find even the most obscure addresses, navigating dirt roads and unmarked lanes with skill earned from years of experience. She de-invested in a high-quality radio setup in her delivery van, both for entertainment during long days and for staying informed about weather conditions that could affect her route. That radio became something else entirely on a cold October afternoon, when it began broadcasting news from tomorrow, giving Sandra advance knowledge of events that hadn't happened yet. knowledge that would prove to be a curse, rather than a blessing when she tried to change what the radio had already reported. The day started normally, Sandra loading her van at the distribution center at 6 a.m. with 147 packages for delivery. Her route covered the rural areas west of Syracuse, a familiar path she'd driven hundreds of times. The weather forecast called for clear skies and cool temperatures, perfect conditions for the long day ahead. Sandra pulled out of the facility at 6:30 a.m. sharp, her radio tuned to a local news station as she always did. The first few hours passed uneventfully, Sandra making her scheduled stops, scanning packages, collecting signatures, maintaining her excellent efficiency rating. Around 11 a.m., she was driving between deliveries on a quiet country road when her radio suddenly crackled with static. Sandra reached over to adjust the tuning, but before she could touch the dial, the static cleared and a news broadcast began. This is WCNY News at noon. Our top story today: a major accident on Route 20 near Skaneateles has claimed 3 lives this afternoon. The collision, involving a delivery van and a school bus, occurred at approximately 2:15 p.m. at the intersection of Route 20 and Old Seneca Turnpike. Sandra's blood went cold. The radio had said today and this afternoon, but it was currently 11:05 a.m. and the station identification had said noon. The radio was broadcasting the news from 1 hour in the future. And more disturbing, the accident it described involved a delivery van at an intersection Sandra would be passing through that afternoon around 2:15 p.m. Sandra immediately pulled over and grabbed her route sheet. Sure enough, her schedule had her making a delivery in Skaneateles at 2:30 p.m., which would require her to take Route 20 and pass through that exact intersection at approximately 2:15. The radio had just described her own future accident. The broadcast continued with other news, weather updates, local politics, sports scores. Sandra grabbed her phone and checked the time, 11:07 a.m. She tuned her radio to different stations and they all showed the current time in their broadcasts. She went back to WCNY and it was now playing music, the normal mid-morning programming. The future broadcast had ended. Sandra sat in her van trying to process what had happened. Had she imagined it, misheard the broadcast? But the details had been so specific. Route 20, Old Seneca Turnpike, 2:15 p.m., delivery van, school bus, 3 lives lost. It had to be a warning, a chance to prevent the accident. Sandra made a decision. She would alter her route, approach Skaneateles from a different direction, avoid that intersection entirely at 2:15 p.m. She continued with her deliveries, keeping careful track of time. Around 1 p.m., her radio crackled with static again. Sandra immediately focused on it, listening intently. The static cleared and the same news broadcast began. This is WCNY News at 2 p.m. Our top story today: a tragic accident in Skaneateles has left 2 dead this afternoon. A delivery van ran off the road at approximately 3:20 p.m. on County Road 41, striking a power pole and catching fire. Different accident, different time, different location, but still involving a delivery van. Sandra checked her altered route. County Road 41 was the alternate path she planned to take to avoid Route 20, and 3:20 p.m. was when she'd be on that road if she followed her new plan. The radio was broadcasting from 2 p.m. now, 1 hour ahead of current time, and it was reporting an accident involving her van on the route she just planned to take. Sandra's altered route wouldn't save her. It would just change how the accident happened. Sandra pulled over again, her heart racing. She grabbed her laptop and brought up a map of the area. There were multiple ways to reach Skaneateles. She planned a third route, one that avoided both Route 20 and County Road 41, taking a longer path through the northern part of the county. This route would get her to the delivery late, but that was better than being dead. She continued her morning deliveries, constantly watching the clock and checking her radio. At 2 p.m., the static returned. Sandra listened with dread. This is WCNY News at 3 p.m. A multi-vehicle accident on Route 174 has claimed at least one life this afternoon. A delivery van crossed into oncoming traffic at approximately 4:45 p.m. near Marcellus, causing a collision with two other vehicles. Route 174. The northern route Sandra had just planned, still involving her van, still fatal. No matter which route she chose, the radio reported an accident involving her delivery van, adjusting the details but maintaining the fatal outcome. Sandra realized with horror that the radio wasn't warning her about a specific accident she could avoid. It was reporting her death, the event fixed in time, with only the details variable. She was going to die today, somewhere between her current location and Skaneatel's, in a vehicle accident that her choices could reshape but not prevent. She called her supervisor, explaining that she felt ill and needed to go home, that another driver would need to complete her route. The supervisor was unhappy, citing Sandra's perfect attendance record and the importance of completing deliveries on schedule, but eventually agreed. Sandra entered the address of her home into her GPS and started driving, taking major highways with heavy traffic, reasoning that she'd be safer surrounded by other vehicles traveling at controlled speeds. At 3 p.m., the radio broadcast came again. This is WCNY News at 4 p.m. A fatal accident on Interstate 690 has closed eastbound lanes this afternoon. A delivery van suffered an apparent tire blowout at approximately 5:30 p.m. near the Teal Avenue exit, rolling over and ejecting the driver. Sandra was on Interstate 690 eastbound, heading home. And 5:30 p.m. was when she'd reached the Teal Avenue exit at her current speed. The radio had found her again, reporting her death on this route. Sandra exited the highway immediately, pulling into a shopping center parking lot. She turned off her van and sat there trying to think. Every route she chose, every decision she made, the radio adapted its report to match. The when and where changed, but the outcome remained constant. Sandra would die today in her delivery van. Unless she abandoned the van entirely. Sandra grabbed her personal belongings and locked the van, leaving it in the parking center. She called a taxi service to take her home. If she wasn't driving, the accident couldn't happen. The radio had always specified a delivery van. If she wasn't in the van, she couldn't fulfill that condition. While waiting for the taxi, Sandra kept her radio on to see if it would broadcast again at 4 p.m. The static came right on schedule, and Sandra listened to what she hoped would be a report about something else, anything else. This is WCNY News at 5 p.m. A pedestrian fatality at the Marketplace Mall has shocked witnesses this afternoon. A woman was struck by a taxi at approximately 6:40 p.m. in the parking lot, dying at the scene. The victim has been identified as a delivery driver who had called for the taxi service. The Marketplace Mall, where Sandra was currently waiting. A taxi accident at 6:40 p.m. The radio had adapted again, following her decision to leave the van, now reporting her death in the very taxi she'd called to escape the van. Sandra canceled the taxi immediately. She couldn't drive, couldn't be a passenger, couldn't even walk safely according to the radio's shifting reports. Every action she took, every attempt to escape, the radio found her and reported her death in a new form. Sandra sat on a bench outside the shopping center, paralyzed by indecision. If every choice led to her death, reported an hour in advance by a radio that seemed to be tracking her decisions and adapting its broadcasts, what could she do? She could not make choices. Even sitting still was a choice, and the radio would likely adapt to that too. At 5 p.m., the broadcast came again. This is WCNY News at 6 p.m. A tragic incident at a Syracuse shopping center has left one dead this evening. A woman was struck by falling debris when high winds knocked loose a section of the building facade at approximately 7:50 p.m. The victim had been sitting on a bench outside the shopping center. There it was. Even sitting still, Sandra's death was reported. High winds, falling debris, 7:50 p.m. Sandra looked up at the building facade above her. It looked solid enough, but the radio had never been wrong in its reports. Every broadcast had described a scenario that would have occurred if Sandra had followed the path the radio assumed. But Sandra suddenly realized something crucial. The radio was broadcasting from 1 hour in the future, but it was reporting based on her current trajectory. Each broadcast assumed she would continue on her present course. The Route 20 accident assumed she'd keep her original route. The County Road accident assumed she'd take her first alternate. Each subsequent report built on the decision she'd just made. What if she kept changing her decisions rapidly, never settling on a course long enough for the radio's reported future to solidify? The radio seemed to need an hour to lock in the future. If Sandra changed her plans every few minutes, maybe the future would remain fluid, never solidifying into the fatal inevitability the radio reported. Sandra stood up from the bench and started walking through the shopping center, making rapid, random decisions. She went into stores she'd never normally enter, bought items she didn't need, changed direction constantly. She was trying to be unpredictable, trying to keep her future in a state of flux. At 6 p.m., the radio broadcast came again. Sandra had her phone in her pocket with a radio app tuned to WCNY. This is WCNY News at 7 p.m. In an unusual incident at a Syracuse shopping center, a woman has died from an apparent medical emergency at approximately 9:05 p.m. Witnesses report she had been behaving erratically before collapsing. Even random behavior led to death. The radio reported a medical emergency, something Sandra couldn't avoid through decision-making because it was internal, not dependent on external circumstances. The radio had adapted to her strategy, shifting from reporting accidents she could theoretically avoid to reporting a medical event that would happen regardless of her choices. Sandra felt tears streaming down her face. There was no escape. The radio had demonstrated that the future was fixed, that her death today was inevitable, that all her choices could do was change the manner but not the fact of her dying. She was going to die, and the radio was helpfully counting down to that moment with broadcasts from 1 hour in the future that showed her every possible path leading to the same destination. But Sandra was wrong about one critical thing. The radio wasn't predicting the future. It was creating it. Each broadcast that Sandra heard caused her to make different decisions, which changed the circumstances, which the next broadcast adapted to. The radio was trapping her in a loop of self-fulfilling prophecy, where trying to avoid the predicted death created the circumstances for a different death, which she would then try to avoid, creating new circumstances, in an endless cycle. The only way to break the cycle was to stop listening to the radio's broadcasts, but Sandra didn't realize this. She kept checking the radio at each hour, kept hearing the updated predictions, kept making decisions based on those predictions, and kept spiraling further into the web of causality the radio was weaving around her. At 7 p.m., Sandra heard, "This is WCNY News at 8 p.m. Sandra Mitchell, age 39, a delivery driver from Syracuse, has taken her own life this evening. Her body was found at approximately 10:15 p.m. in the parking lot of a shopping center, where witnesses report she had been in obvious distress for several hours. This was the first time the radio had used her name. The broadcast had become personal, direct, inescapable, and the death it reported was by her own hand, suggesting that the stress of trying to escape the predicted deaths had driven her to end things herself. Even suicide was part of the pattern, another way the radio's prophecy could fulfill itself. Sandra sat in her van, which she'd returned to in a moment of desperation, and stared at the radio. She understood now. The radio hadn't been warning her. It had been creating her death, using her knowledge of the future to manipulate her into increasingly desperate circumstances. The broadcasts were a trap, using her survival instinct against her, forcing her into a narrowing set of possibilities that all led to the same end. But understanding the trap didn't free her from it, because at 8 p.m., another broadcast would come, and Sandra knew she would listen to it, would hear how her death was now predicted, and would make decisions based on that information. She was caught in a causal loop she couldn't escape, because not listening to the radio was itself a decision, and the radio would adapt its predictions to that choice as well. At 8 p.m., Sandra's radio crackled with static one final time. She listened, waiting for the voice to tell her how and when she would die in the next hour. But the broadcast that came was different. This is WCNY News at 9 p.m. Residents throughout the Syracuse area have reported radio anomalies today, with broadcasts that appear to be from 1 hour in the future. Experts are investigating what they're calling a temporal broadcast phenomenon. In related news, delivery driver Sandra Mitchell was found alive and well in a shopping center parking lot this evening, after concerned witnesses reported her distress to authorities. Mitchell is being evaluated for exhaustion and stress, but is expected to recover fully. Sandra sat frozen, listening to the broadcast describe her survival instead of her death. The radio had changed its prediction, or had always intended this outcome, or had somehow been affected by Sandra's realization that it was controlling her through its predictions. At exactly 9 p.m., Sandra's phone rang. It was her supervisor, calling to check on her after police had contacted the company about finding one of their drivers in distress. The supervisor's concern was genuine, offering Sandra time off, asking if she needed any assistance. Sandra accepted the offer, taking a week of personal leave to process what had happened. The radio broadcast she'd heard at 8 p.m. had been accurate. She was found by concerned witnesses around 9 p.m., was evaluated by paramedics, and was determined to be suffering from exhaustion and stress, but otherwise unharmed. The predicted future had occurred exactly as the radio described, but this time the prediction had been survival rather than death. Sandra never figured out what happened to the radio that day. The temporal broadcast phenomenon was never officially explained, with authorities eventually attributing it to some kind of atmospheric anomaly that briefly created echoes of radio signals across time. Sandra's experience was dismissed as stress-induced confusion, her memories of specific death predictions chalked up to panic-fueled imagination. But Sandra kept detailed notes of each broadcast she'd heard, and the predictions were too specific, too adapted to her decisions to be imagination. The radio had truly broadcast from 1 hour in the future, and it had reported multiple versions of her death before finally, in the last broadcast, reporting her survival. Sandra returned to work after her week off, but she never used a radio in her van again. She drove in silence or listened to music from her phone's stored playlist, but never lived broadcasts, never anything that could potentially slip across time and tell her what was coming. Because Sandra learned a terrible truth about the future. It's not fixed, but knowing it can make it so. The act of learning what's coming changes your decisions, which changes the future, which changes what you learn in an endless spiral of cause and effect. The radio broadcasts hadn't been showing Sandra her inevitable death. They'd been showing her one possible death, which her attempt to avoid would create a different possible death, which she would then try to avoid, creating yet another. The radio had trapped her in a maze of branching futures, each one ending in her death, until Sandra finally broke the pattern by recognizing it for what it was. Or perhaps the radio had always intended to show her surviving, Perhaps all the predicted deaths were necessary steps in a path that led to the one future where she lived. Perhaps the radio was teaching her something about fate and choice, about how trying to avoid death creates the very circumstances that threaten you, and only by accepting the inevitable can you find the path that leads to survival. Sandra doesn't know the answer. She only knows that for several hours on one October afternoon, she was trapped in a countdown to her own death, hearing broadcasts from the future that showed her dying in dozens of different ways, each one prevented only by creating the circumstances for the next. And in the end, the radio showed her surviving, and that prediction came true just like all the others would have if she'd followed their paths. Sandra still drives her delivery route through upstate New York, still making her daily rounds to farms and small towns. But she never listens to live radio, never wants to risk hearing a broadcast from the future again, never wants to know what's coming in the next hour. Because the future is safest when it remains unknown, when you can make decisions based on the present rather than trying to avoid predictions that might trap you in their own fulfillment. Sandra learned that the hard way, spending an afternoon dying dozens of theoretical deaths, each one reported an hour before it would happen, each one avoided only by creating another. And sometimes, late at night, Sandra wonders if she actually survived at all. What if the 8 p.m. broadcast was the trap, not the salvation? What if she died in one of those earlier scenarios, and everything since has been some kind of afterlife, a space where she experiences survival while her actual body lies dead in one of those accidents the radio predicted? What if the radio that broadcasts tomorrow never stopped, and Sandra is still listening to it, still hearing futures that haven't happened yet, still trapped in the hour between hearing her death and living it forever? Sandra doesn't think about it too often. It's not healthy to question reality that deeply. She goes to work, makes her deliveries, lives her life. But she never knows for certain if she's living in the present or in some predicted future that the radio created, a broadcast from tomorrow that became her today, a survival report that might itself be just another prediction waiting to be fulfilled. The radio that broadcasts tomorrow might still be broadcasting, and Sandra might still be listening, living inside a news report from an hour in the future that describes her alive when she's actually dead, or dead when she's actually alive, trapped forever in the uncertainty between prediction and reality, between what the radio says and what actually is. Story 9. The Highway That Forgot Where It Led. Thomas Brennan had been a traveling salesman for 22 years, covering a vast territory across the Midwest that included parts of Kansas, Nebraska, and Iowa. At 53, he'd logged well over 1 million miles selling industrial equipment to factories and agricultural operations. Thomas knew his territory intimately, every town from major cities to tiny crossroads communities, every route from major interstates to county highways. He kept a physical road atlas in his car despite having GPS, preferring the reliability of paper maps to electronic navigation. That atlas would prove useless on a March morning when Interstate 70 in Kansas forgot where it led, when the road beneath Thomas's tires stopped connecting to any fixed destination and began leading to places that changed with each journey, places that existed only while he drove toward them and vanished when he tried to return. Thomas left Kansas City at 5 a.m., heading west on Interstate 70 toward a series of appointments in Salina, Hayes, and finally Colby. It was a route he'd driven hundreds of times, a long but straightforward day of highway driving across Kansas. The weather was clear, traffic was light, and Thomas was caffeinated and ready for the long drive ahead. The first few hours passed normally. Thomas made a coffee stop in Topeka, answered emails on his phone, reviewed his sales presentations for the day's meetings. He got back on Interstate 70 West around 7 a.m. and settled into the familiar rhythm of highway driving. The landscape rolled past, the gentle hills of eastern Kansas gradually flattening into the prairies of the central part of the state. Around 9 a.m., approaching Junction City, Thomas noticed something odd. The highway ahead looked slightly different than he remembered. The curve of the road, the spacing of the exits, the profile of the horizon line, everything was subtly wrong, like someone had rebuilt Interstate 70 with slightly different proportions. Thomas checked his GPS, which showed him on I-70 exactly where he should be, but the view didn't quite match his memory of this stretch. Thomas dismissed the feeling as a trick of light or a gap in his memory. He'd driven this route so many times that perhaps he'd conflated different sections in his recollection. He continued west, watching his GPS and the mile markers, confirming he was on the correct road heading in the right direction. But as Thomas drove, the landscape became increasingly unfamiliar. The towns he passed through had the right names on the signs, but their layouts were different. Abilene appeared on the wrong side of the highway. Selena came up much sooner than expected, and when Thomas exited to meet his first client, he discovered that the town was arranged completely differently than it should have been. Streets that should have run north-south went east-west. The factory he was visiting was in the wrong location, several miles from where his GPS and his memory said it should be. Thomas completed his appointment, but throughout the meeting, he felt disoriented and confused. Something fundamental was wrong with the geography. After leaving the factory, Thomas pulled out his paper atlas and studied the map of Selena. The streets shown in the atlas didn't match what he could see around him. It wasn't that the map was outdated. It was that the actual town didn't match the map at all, as if Selena had been rebuilt in a different configuration. Thomas got back on Interstate 70, deciding to skip his other appointments and return to Kansas City. He needed to figure out what was happening, whether he was having some kind of medical issue affecting his perception, or if there was something genuinely wrong with the world around him. He merged onto I-70 eastbound, heading back the way he'd come. But the highway heading east didn't look like the highway he'd just driven west. The landscape was different, the exit numbers didn't match his memory, and within an hour Thomas was completely lost despite being on a major interstate highway. He passed through towns with names he didn't recognize, none of them marked on his GPS or in his atlas. The mile markers counted upward normally, but the numbers didn't correspond to any location he knew. Thomas pulled over at a rest area and tried to orient himself. According to his GPS, he was still on Interstate 70 in Kansas, somewhere between Selena and Manhattan. But the rest area he'd stopped at didn't exist on any map. It was modern and well-maintained, with bathrooms and vending machines and a large parking lot, but no other travelers were present, and no trucks or cars passed on the highway visible from the rest area. Thomas approached the informational signs posted at the rest area, the typical maps showing nearby attractions and services. The map showed Interstate 70 running through Kansas, but the towns marked weren't real. Asherton, Millridge, Copper Valley. Thomas had never heard of any of these places, and they weren't on his GPS or his atlas. It was like the highway had detached from the real world and was now passing through a fictional version of Kansas that existed nowhere but on this map. Thomas got back in his car and continued east, determined to reach Kansas City by simply following the highway in that direction. But hours passed, and the landscape never became familiar. The highway kept going, exits kept appearing, but nothing Thomas saw matched any real location. He stopped for fuel at a gas station in a town called Riverside, a name that appeared on the highway signs but not on any map Thomas had. The gas station was real enough with working pumps and a convenience store inside, but the clerk behind the counter looked at Thomas strangely when he asked what state they were in. "Kansas, of course," the clerk said. "Is something wrong?" "What county?" Thomas asked. The clerk paused, his expression going blank. "County," he repeated as if the word was unfamiliar. "Yes, what county is this town in?" "I'm sorry, I don't understand the question," the clerk said, his face showing genuine confusion. Thomas tried a different approach. "How far is it to Kansas City from here?" "Where?" The clerk's confusion deepened. "Kansas City, major city about 2 hours east of Salina." "I've never heard of those places," the clerk said. "Are you feeling all right?" "You seem disoriented." Thomas backed away from the counter, his heart pounding. The clerk wasn't pretending. His confusion was genuine. He'd never heard of Kansas City or Salina, two of the largest cities in Kansas. This town, this gas station, this entire stretch of highway existed in a space that was disconnected from real geography, a place where the major cities and familiar landmarks didn't exist. Thomas drove away from the gas station, his hands shaking on the wheel. He pulled up Google Maps on his phone, trying to get an external reference point. But his phone showed no GPS signal available, despite being in the middle of flat Kansas where satellite coverage should be excellent. His phone's cellular signal was also gone. He was completely cut off from the normal world. Thomas kept driving east on Interstate 70, hoping that eventually the highway would reconnect to real space, that he'd see a familiar landmark or town that would orient him. But nothing familiar appeared. The highway just kept going, through an endless version of Kansas that looked right but was fundamentally wrong, populated with towns that didn't exist and people who'd never heard of real cities. Around what Thomas's dashboard clock claimed was 3 p.m., he saw a sign for Kansas City ahead. Relief flooded through him. Finally, a familiar destination, a return to the real world. But when Thomas took the exit and entered the city, he immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't Kansas City. The skyline was different, the streets were laid out wrong, the major buildings weren't present. This was a different city that happened to also be called Kansas City, existing in this alternate version of Kansas that Interstate 70 was now traveling through. Thomas pulled into a hotel parking lot and went inside, needing to stop driving and think clearly about what was happening. He rented a room for the night, paying cash when his credit card was declined for invalid routing number. Even the financial system didn't work the same way in this place. In his hotel room, Thomas spread out his atlas and tried to make sense of his day. He'd driven west from Kansas City on Interstate 70, reached Salina, turned around and driven east. But instead of retracing his route and returning to where he'd started, the highway had taken him somewhere else, to a version of Kansas that wasn't real. The highway had forgotten where it led. Each time Thomas drove it, it connected to different destinations, like a road that was randomizing its endpoint with each journey. Thomas decided that in the morning he would try again. He would get on Interstate 70 heading east, and he would stay on it no matter what, driving until he either reached the real Kansas City or ran out of highway. One of those things had to happen eventually. But in the morning, Thomas discovered an even more disturbing truth. When he went to his car in the hotel parking lot, his vehicle was different. It was the same make and model, the same color, but the interior was rearranged differently. The radio was on the left side of the dashboard instead of the center. The seats were a different shade. His belongings were still in the car, but they'd been rearranged, packed differently than he'd left them. It wasn't just the highway that was changing. Reality itself was becoming unstable, shifting with each journey, rearranging details in subtle ways. Thomas was being rewritten along with the landscape, his car and possessions adapting to match each new version of the world he entered. Thomas drove anyway, getting back on Interstate 70 and heading east. The towns he passed through had different names than yesterday. The landscape had different features, but the highway itself remained constant, a ribbon of asphalt that persisted even as everything around it changed. Thomas began to understand that Interstate 70 was the only stable element in an increasingly fluid reality. As long as he stayed on the highway, he remained somewhat fixed. But each time he exited, each time he stopped, the world around him could reconfigure. He drove for hours, maybe days. His perception of time was becoming unreliable. The dashboard clock showed different times each time he looked at it. His phone was useless, showing dates that didn't make sense and times that contradicted other clocks. But Thomas kept driving east, convinced that if he just stayed on the highway long enough, it would eventually connect back to the real world. He never found the real Kansas City. Instead, Thomas discovered that Interstate 70 had become a loop. After driving east for what felt like an entire day, Thomas saw the same hotel he'd stayed at the previous night. He'd driven in a straight line on an interstate highway and somehow ended up back where he'd started, which should have been impossible on a road that crossed the entire country. Thomas pulled over on the shoulder, defeated. The highway wasn't going to take him home. It had become detached from fixed geography, floating free in some space where roads could lead anywhere or nowhere, where destinations changed and origins vanished. Thomas was trapped on a highway that forgot where it led, condemned to drive through endless versions of Kansas that all looked almost right but were fundamentally wrong. For weeks, Thomas drove that highway, exiting occasionally for fuel and food and rest, but always returning to Interstate 70 because it was the only consistent element in the shifting landscape. He passed through hundreds of towns, met thousands of people who all seemed slightly off, slightly disconnected from reality. He drove east and west, forward and backward, but the highway never reconnected to the real world. Other drivers appeared occasionally, normal people making their journeys, seemingly unaware that they were driving through geography that shouldn't exist. Thomas tried to warn them, tried to tell them that the exits didn't lead to real places, but they looked at him like he was crazy. To them, everything was normal. Thomas began to suspect that he was the anomaly, that he'd somehow fallen out of normal space and into a pocket dimension where highways existed without fixed destinations. Eventually, Thomas stopped trying to escape. He adapted to life on the floating highway, learning which exits led to towns with good food, which rest areas were safest to sleep in, which versions of Kansas had the friendliest people. He became a permanent resident of Interstate 70, driving its length endlessly, watching the landscape shift and change around him while the road itself remained constant. Other long-term drivers started to recognize him, other people who'd also become trapped on the highway that forgot where it led. They formed a loose community, meeting at certain rest areas, sharing information about the current configuration of the road, warning each other about exits that led to particularly strange or dangerous versions of the world. There were maybe a dozen of them, drivers who'd entered Interstate 70 in the real world and never found their way out, trapped on a highway that existed in the space between fixed destinations. Thomas never saw his family again, never returned to Kansas City, never made another sale. His old life ended the day the highway forgot where it led. His new life was the road itself, the endless driving, the shifting landscape, the constant adaptation to new versions of Kansas that appeared and disappeared as the highway connected and reconnected to different points in possibility space. Sometimes Thomas wonders if the highway forgot, or if he forgot. Maybe he's the one who lost his connection to fixed reality, who slipped out of the normal world and into a version where roads don't have permanent destinations. Maybe Interstate 70 is exactly where it's always been, and Thomas is the ghost, the lost traveler who exists in a space slightly offset from the real world, driving a highway that everyone else navigates normally, but that appears different to those who have lost their anchor to reality. Thomas doesn't know the answer. He only knows that he drives, and the highway continues, and the destinations change, and nothing is fixed except the road itself. And somewhere in the real world, Thomas's family might be looking for him, wondering what happened to the salesman who left Kansas City one morning and never came home. But Thomas can never reach them, can never send a message back, because the highway he drives on doesn't connect to their world anymore. It leads to other places, other versions of Kansas, other possibilities, but never back to the fixed point where Thomas's life used to be anchored. He's adrift on a highway that forgot where it led, and the only thing Thomas knows for certain is that he'll keep driving until the road remembers, or until he forgets completely why he started the journey in the first place. Story 10. The Endless Mile Marker. Jake Morrison had been driving 18-wheelers for 23 years, hauling everything from produce to construction equipment across the continental United States. He'd driven through blizzards in Montana, sandstorms in Arizona, and fog so thick in Oregon that he could barely see his own hood. Nothing rattled him anymore, or so he thought, until that October night on Interstate 80 through Nebraska. He'd left Omaha just after sunset, hauling a load of farm machinery to Cheyenne. The weather was perfect, clear skies with a full moon casting silver light across the endless plains. His GPS showed a straight shot, 6 hours of mostly empty highway. Jake had driven this route dozens of times, knew every truck stop, every speed trap, every place where the road dipped and rose with the subtle contours of the land. Around midnight, he noticed mile marker 390 illuminated in his headlights. He'd pass through this section, refuel at the truck stop near mile marker 420, then push through to Cheyenne by dawn. He turned up the volume on his classic rock station and settled in, one hand on the wheel, the other reaching for his thermos of coffee. 10 minutes later, his headlights swept across mile marker 390 again. Jake frowned, glancing at his speedometer. He'd been maintaining a steady 65 miles per hour. He checked his odometer, which showed he'd traveled exactly 8 miles since leaving the last town. But there was mile marker 390, identical to the one he'd just passed, same reflective green sign, same positioning on the right shoulder. He grabbed his CB radio. "This is Tombstone Express. Anyone got their ears on?" Static answered him. He tried again. "Any drivers on I-80 eastbound? This is Tombstone Express near mile marker 390, looking for a radio check." Nothing but white noise. Jake told himself it was a mistake. Maybe the state had put up a duplicate marker by accident. It happened sometimes with road crews. He pushed down on the accelerator, bringing his speed up to 70. The highway stretched before him, perfectly straight, flanked by dark fields. His headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness, and in the distance he could see the rhythmic flash of his running lights reflecting off the mile markers as they approached. 15 minutes passed. Mile marker 390 appeared again. His heart began to pound. This wasn't possible. He'd been driving at 70 miles per hour for 15 minutes. He should be nearly 20 miles down the road. Jake pulled over onto the shoulder, his air brakes hissing as the truck came to a complete stop. He grabbed his phone. No signal. The screen showed one bar, then none, then one again, flickering like a dying heartbeat. He stepped out of the cab, his boots crunching on gravel. The night air was cold, carrying the smell of earth and dried corn stalks. He walked to the mile marker and touched it. Solid metal, cold under his fingers, real. He looked back at his truck, its running lights glowing amber in the darkness, then ahead down the highway. Empty. Behind him, equally empty. Not a single car, not a single light on the horizon. Jake climbed back into his cab and pulled up his GPS. The screen showed him exactly where he should be. A blue dot moving along Interstate 80, currently at mile marker 412. But outside his window, the sign clearly read 390. He watched the GPS as he started driving again, watched the blue dot crawl forward along the digital map. After 10 minutes, the GPS showed him at mile marker 422. Outside, his headlights illuminated mile marker 390. The rock station had gone to static. He spun the dial, searching for anything, any signal. For a moment, he caught fragments of a voice, a woman speaking in a language he didn't recognize, then it dissolved back into white noise. He tried the CB again. "Mayday, this is Tombstone Express on I-80, I need assistance." His own voice echoed back at him through the speaker, delayed by several seconds, distorted and strange. He kept driving, faster now, pushing the truck to 75. His palms were sweating despite the cool air from the vents. Mile marker 390. Always mile marker 390. He started counting, watching his odometer, forcing himself to stay rational. He drove for exactly 30 minutes at 75 miles per hour. He should have covered over 37 miles. Mile marker 390 passed by his window again, and this time he noticed something else. There was a car pulled over on the shoulder ahead, hazard lights blinking. Jake's headlights washed over it as he approached. A silver sedan, maybe 10 years old, driver's door hanging open. He slowed, his truck air brakes releasing a long hiss. The car was empty, keys still dangling from the ignition. The engine was running. Jake stopped his truck but didn't get out. Something felt wrong about that car, wrong about how perfectly positioned it was, how the door stood open at exactly 90 degrees like a stage prop. He reached for his logbook, flipped to a blank page and wrote down the time, 12:47 a.m. He wrote the mile marker 390, then he drove on. Mile marker 390 appeared 7 minutes later. The silver sedan was there again in exactly the same position, door open, engine running. But this time there was someone standing beside it. A woman in a dark coat facing away from the road. Jake's breath caught. He slowed, and as his headlights swept across her, she turned. Her face was normal at first glance, but something about her proportions was wrong. Her eyes were too far apart, her mouth too wide. She smiled, and Jake saw that her teeth went back too far, row after row disappearing into the darkness of her throat. She raised one hand and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture. Jake slammed his foot on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, engine roaring. He didn't look in his mirrors. He kept his eyes locked on the road ahead, hands gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles went white. The speedometer climbed past 80, past 85. Mile marker 390. Mile marker 390. Mile marker 390. The woman was standing in the road now, directly in his path. Jake yanked the wheel to the left, feeling the trailer swing out behind him. He fought to control it, feeling the truck tilt, hearing the cargo shift. He straightened out both lanes to himself, and when he looked back, the road behind him was empty. But she was in his passenger seat. Jake screamed, swerving again. The woman sat perfectly still, hands folded in her lap, that too wide smile fixed on her face. "You can't leave," she said, and her voice sounded like it was coming from far away, echoing up from the bottom of a well. "You're here now, you're always here." "Get out," Jake shouted. He reached for her and his hand passed through her shoulder like she was made of smoke. She didn't move, didn't react, just kept smiling. "Others tried to leave too," she said. "They're still here, driving, always driving. You can see them sometimes if you look carefully." Jake did look then, looked in his side mirror. Behind him, stretching back into the darkness, he saw headlights. Dozens of them, hundreds, trucks and cars and vans, all following him, all trapped on the same endless stretch of road. Some of the vehicles looked old, chrome bumpers and rounded fenders from decades past. The woman faded away like morning mist, but her voice lingered. Mile marker 390, forever. Jake drove until dawn, or what he thought was dawn. The sky never quite got light, just shifted from black to a deep gray. Mile marker 390 kept appearing every few minutes now, sometimes on the right, sometimes on the left, sometimes on both sides at once. He stopped trying to understand it. He stopped trying to escape. 3 days later, or maybe 3 hours, or maybe 3 years, a highway patrol car pulled alongside him. The officer gestured for him to pull over. Jake did numbly. The officer approached and Jake saw that his uniform was wrong, outdated by decades. The man's face was gray, his eyes empty. "License and registration," the officer said in a flat monotone. Jake handed them over. The officer looked at them, looked up at Jake, and smiled that same too wide smile. "Everything seems to be in order. You can go. Drive safely now." Jake drove. He passes mile marker 390 every few minutes. Sometimes he sees the silver sedan. Sometimes he sees the woman. Sometimes he sees other drivers, faces pressed against their windows, mouths open in silent screams. His GPS still shows him making progress, moving forward, but outside his window, it's always the same marker, the same empty stretch of highway. His family reported him missing. The police found his truck 3 weeks later, parked neatly at a rest stop near mile marker 415, engine cold, no sign of Jake Morrison. His logbook was open to the last entry. 12:47 a.m., mile marker 390. But on certain nights, other drivers on Interstate 80 through Nebraska report seeing a Peterbilt with running lights glowing amber, driving past mile marker 390. The driver's face pale and hollow, hands locked on the wheel, driving forever through a night that never ends. Story 11. The Mirror Highway. Sarah Chen had driven for Atlas Freight Lines for 17 years, specializing in overnight routes through the Pacific Northwest. She preferred the night shifts, loved the solitude of empty highways, the way her headlights carved through the darkness, the hypnotic white lines rushing past. She delivered everything from electronics to medical supplies, always on time, always professional. She was the driver they called when the cargo was critical and the weather was bad. On a Tuesday night in March, she picked up a load in Portland destined for Seattle, a straight shot up Interstate 5. Simple run, one she'd made hundreds of times. The weather forecast called for light rain, nothing unusual for the region. She left the distribution center at 11 p.m., her truck loaded with pharmaceutical supplies that needed to maintain temperature control. The refrigeration unit hummed steadily behind her cab. The rain started just north of Vancouver, a light drizzle that misted her windshield. Sarah turned on her wipers and adjusted her speed, maintaining a steady 60 in the right lane. The highway was quiet, just a few scattered cars and the occasional truck heading in the opposite direction. Her radio played classic country, and she sang along softly, content. Around midnight, she noticed something odd about the southbound lanes. Every vehicle heading in the opposite direction was the same make and model as the vehicles in her northbound lanes. A red Honda Civic passed in the southbound lane at the exact moment a red Honda Civic passed her in the left lane. A semi-truck with distinctive blue stripes appeared simultaneously on both sides of the highway median. Sarah blinked, rubbed her eyes. Coincidence. But then a white delivery van appeared, heading south in the opposite lanes, and she saw an identical van overtake her on the left. Same logo on the side, same dent in the rear fender. She picked up her phone to check if she was more tired than she realized, if maybe she needed to pull over for coffee. The screen showed 12:17 a.m. She glanced at her dashboard clock. 12:17 a.m. She looked at the digital clock built into the radio. 12:17 a.m. All three displays flickered in perfect synchronization. The next vehicle that passed going south was a silver pickup truck with a distinctive rack of lights on the roof. Sarah's heart began to race as she watched the northbound lanes. 30 seconds later, an identical pickup, lights and all, appeared ahead of her, entering the highway from an on-ramp. This wasn't coincidence. This was impossible. She grabbed her CB radio. "This is Night Owl Express heading north on I-5. Anyone else seeing weird traffic patterns?" A voice crackled back immediately. "Night Owl Express heading north on I-5. Anyone else seeing weird traffic patterns?" It was her own voice speaking her exact words with no delay. Sarah's hands tightened on the wheel. She tried again. "This is Night Owl. I need assistance. Something strange is happening." Her own voice responded instantly, perfectly synchronized. "This is Night Owl. I need assistance. Something strange is happening." She was about to try a different radio channel when she saw it ahead in the northbound lanes. A Freightliner truck, same model as hers, Same Atlas Freight Lines logo on the side, same refrigeration unit. As it approached, she could see through the windshield. A woman was driving, Asian woman with her hair pulled back, wearing a gray jacket. Sarah was wearing a gray jacket. Her hair was pulled back. The other truck passed her, and for a split second she locked eyes with the driver. It was her own face looking back, eyes wide with the same terror she felt, mouth open in the same unspoken scream. Then the truck was passed, disappearing into the darkness behind her. She looked in her side mirror. The truck was there, taillights glowing red, but it wasn't moving away. It was maintaining the same distance, as if connected to her by an invisible tether. Sarah pressed down on the accelerator. Her speedometer climbed to 70. The other truck's taillights stayed exactly the same distance away. She slammed on the brakes. Her truck shuddered, air brakes screaming. She came to a stop on the shoulder. In her mirror, the other truck also stopped, perfectly synchronized. Sarah sat there, engine idling, trying to make sense of what was happening. She looked at the southbound lanes. A truck was stopped on the shoulder. Her truck. She could see herself in the driver's seat looking back. Sarah grabbed her phone with shaking hands. She pulled up her wife's number, hit call. It rang once, twice, then connected. "Hello," her wife's sleepy voice answered. "Michelle, something's wrong," Sarah said, her voice cracking. "I'm on I-5 and something impossible is happening. Hello," Michelle's voice repeated, identical inflection, same sleepy tone. "Michelle, can you hear me? Something's wrong, I'm on I-5 and..." "Hello," the call wasn't connecting. Michelle was just repeating the same word, the same greeting, over and over like a broken recording. Sarah hung up, tried again. Same result. Every call went through but never progressed past the initial greeting, just the same word looping endlessly. She put the truck back in gear and started driving. In her mirrors, the other truck began moving at the same instant. In the southbound lanes, another version of her truck accelerated in perfect synchronization. Ahead, she could see vehicles appearing on the highway, and each one had a twin in the opposite lanes, mirror images moving in opposite directions. A horrifying thought occurred to her. Sarah reached over and honked her horn, 3 short blasts. From the truck behind her, 3 horn blasts answered. From the southbound lanes, 3 more. The sound echoed across the highway, multiplying, dozens of horns all responding to her signal. They were all her. Every truck on this highway in both directions was her truck. Every driver was her. She was trapped in some kind of loop, duplicating endlessly, each version experiencing the same horror simultaneously. Sarah began to recognize landmarks, a particular overpass, a distinctive billboard. She'd been on this stretch of highway before, would reach it again in about 15 minutes if she maintained her current speed. She watched the odometer, counted down the miles. When she reached the section where she'd first noticed the mirror trucks, she looked carefully at the vehicles around her. There, a red Honda Civic in the left lane. She held her breath and looked at the southbound traffic. Yes, the same Civic passing at exactly the same moment. The loop was complete. She was driving through the same section of highway over and over, but somehow still moving forward, still making progress. Or was she? She checked her GPS. It showed her position, but when she zoomed out, something was wrong with the map. Interstate 5 appeared as usual, but it curved in impossible ways, doubling back on itself, intersecting with its own path. The entire highway system had become a tangled knot, a loop with no exit. Panic rising in her throat, Sarah looked for an off-ramp. There was one ahead, an exit she knew well that led to a small town with a truck stop. She took it, watching the southbound lanes as she did. Another version of her truck took an exit at the exact same moment, mirroring her action. The off-ramp curved away from the highway, and for a moment, Sarah felt hope. Maybe she could break free, get off this loop. But as her headlights swept across the road ahead, her hope died. The ramp curved back on itself, a perfect circle, and dumped her right back onto Interstate 5 northbound, in exactly the same position she'd been before taking the exit. She tried other exits. Every single one led her in a circle, returning her to the same stretch of highway. She tried turning around, heading south instead of north, but the moment she crossed the median, everything flipped. The northbound lanes became southbound, the southbound became northbound. She was still heading the same direction, just with different labels. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, or maybe years. Time felt strange, elastic. Her dashboard clock had stopped changing, frozen at 12:17 a.m. Her phone showed the same time. The sky outside remained the same shade of dark, neither deepening toward true night nor lightening toward dawn. Sarah tried everything. She drove with her eyes closed, hoping to somehow break the pattern. She stopped and got out, walked along the shoulder, but she could see other versions of herself doing the same thing at equal intervals up and down the highway, like reflections in parallel mirrors stretching to infinity. She screamed, and hundreds of screams echoed back. Eventually, she just drove. What else could she do? She maintained a steady speed, kept her hands on the wheel, watched the endless mirror images of herself driving the same stretch of highway forever. Sometimes she saw versions of herself crying. Sometimes she saw versions that had given up, slumped over the wheel, trucks drifting between lanes. Sometimes she saw versions that were screaming, pounding on the windshield. She wondered how many versions of her existed in this loop. Hundreds, thousands. All experiencing the same nightmare simultaneously, all trapped in the same impossible stretch of road. Were there other drivers here too? Loops within loops, each person caught in their own infinite journey. The pharmaceutical supplies in her trailer were supposed to be delivered to a Seattle hospital by 8 a.m. Sarah thought about the patients waiting for those medications, thought about Michelle waking up to find her missing, thought about the life she'd never get back to. All of it felt distant now, like memories from someone else's life. At some point, she noticed that the other versions of herself were changing. Some had aged, hair gone gray, faces deeply lined. Some looked younger, smooth-skinned and wide-eyed with fresh terror. Time was moving differently for each iteration, or maybe she was seeing versions of herself from different points in time, all collapsed together on this impossible highway. She saw a version of herself that was just bones, still gripping the wheel of a truck that had rusted to fragments. She saw a version that wasn't quite human anymore, features distorted, body stretched and wrong. She saw versions that had simply ceased to be, empty cabs driving themselves, ghost trucks following the endless route. Sarah Chen drives still, or one version of her does. The Atlas Freight Line's truck was found abandoned on the shoulder of I-5 near Salem, Oregon, almost exactly halfway between Portland and Seattle. The refrigeration unit had failed, the pharmaceutical cargo spoiled. No trace of Sarah was ever found, despite extensive searches. But drivers on Interstate 5 through Oregon and Washington sometimes report strange occurrences around midnight. They see duplicate vehicles in the opposite lanes, perfect mirror images of the traffic around them. They hear responses on the CB radio that echo their own words with impossible precision. They see trucks with Atlas Freight Line's logos, driven by an Asian woman with terrified eyes, and when they try to help, the truck simply vanishes, blinking out of existence like it was never there. And if you're driving late at night and you happen to check your mirrors at exactly 12:17 a.m., you might see another version of yourself driving the same road, trapped in the same moment, endlessly repeating the same journey through a night that never ends. Story 12. The passenger who wasn't there. Marcus Webb drove for North Star Logistics, hauling loads across the Midwest for nearly 2 decades. He was methodical, cautious, the kind of driver who inspected every inch of his rig before each trip, who kept meticulous maintenance records, who had never had an accident or a serious delay. His spotless safety record was something he took pride in, had earned him bonuses and the company's trust for the most sensitive hauls. In late November, he picked up a load in Chicago headed for Denver. The cargo was valuable, high-end computer servers being relocated for a tech company. The trailer was sealed, climate-controlled, and insured for over $2 million. Marcus signed the paperwork, conducted his pre-trip inspection, and pulled out of the facility just after 9 p.m. The route would take him through Iowa and Nebraska before cutting southwest through Colorado. Total drive time about 16 hours with breaks, putting him in Denver by mid-afternoon the next day. The weather was cold but clear, roads in good condition. An easy run. Marcus settled into his usual routine, cruise control set to 67, classic blues playing low on the stereo. He kept the cab temperature at exactly 68 degrees, like to have it slightly cool to stay alert. His travel mug was full of black coffee, his logbook updated and ready for the way stations he'd passed through. About an hour west of Chicago, still on Interstate 80, Marcus caught movement in his peripheral vision. He glanced at the passenger seat. There was someone sitting there, a man in a dark suit, middle-aged, with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses. The man was staring straight ahead through the windshield, hands folded in his lap. Marcus shouted in surprise, yanking the wheel. The truck swerved and he fought to control it, heart hammering in his chest. He looked again at the passenger seat. Empty. Nobody there. Just his jacket draped over the backrest where he'd left it. He pulled over onto the shoulder, hands shaking. He reached over and touched the passenger seat. Just fabric, the residual warmth from the heating vent, nothing else. Marcus sat there for several minutes, breathing deep, trying to calm down. Fatigue, he told himself. Just a trick of the lights and shadows, his mind playing games. He'd only been driving for an hour, but maybe he was more tired than he realized. He got out and walked around the truck, checking the trailer locks, looking for any sign of tampering. Everything was secure. He climbed back in, checked the entire cab, opened the sleeper berth and looked inside. Empty. Of course it was empty. He'd been alone when he left Chicago, and nobody could have gotten in while he was driving 70 miles per hour down the interstate. Marcus pulled back onto the highway, but he couldn't shake the unease. He turned the music up, rolled down the window to let cold air blast his face. The man had seemed so real. Marcus could still picture him perfectly, the cut of his suit, the way his hands were folded, even the brand of his glasses. Half an hour later, Marcus looked in his rearview mirror to check traffic. The man in the suit was sitting in the sleeper berth, visible through the curtain. Marcus screamed and hit the brakes, harder than he should have. The truck shuddered, the trailer fishtailing slightly before he regained control. He yanked aside the curtain. Empty. The sleeper berth was empty. Marcus pulled over again, this time at a truck stop. He went inside, bought more coffee, splashed cold water on his face in the restroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He looked tired but normal, eyes clear, no signs of illness. He slept well the night before, hadn't been drinking or taking any medication. There was no reason for hallucinations. Back in the truck, he called his dispatcher. "Hey, it's Marcus. I'm on the Denver run, wanted to check if there's anything weird about this load I should know about." The dispatcher sounded confused. "Weird how? It's computer equipment, standard shipment. Why is there a problem?" Marcus hesitated. No problem, just checking, all good." He hung up before the dispatcher could ask more questions. He sat in the truck stop parking lot for 20 minutes, watching other trucks come and go, their drivers looking normal and solid and real. Finally, he started the engine and pulled back onto the highway. He had a delivery to make, a schedule to keep. Whatever was happening, he'd deal with it. For the next 2 hours, the man appeared regularly. Sometimes in the passenger seat, sometimes in the mirrors, sometimes standing outside the truck when Marcus glanced at his side cameras. The man never moved, never spoke, just stared with those empty eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Marcus tried to ignore him, told himself it wasn't real, kept driving. Near the Iowa border, Marcus noticed that the man was starting to look different. His suit was deteriorating, threads unraveling, fabric fading. His skin had taken on a grayish cast, and there were dark circles under his eyes. In the glow of the dashboard lights, Marcus could see that the man's hands weren't quite right. Fingers too long, joints bending at wrong angles. Marcus turned off the radio. In the silence, he could hear something. Breathing. Slow, raspy breathing that wasn't his own. It was coming from right beside him, from the passenger seat where the man sat, even though Marcus could see that the seat was empty. "What do you want?" Marcus said aloud, his voice cracking. The breathing paused, then continued unchanged. "Why are you here? What do you want from me?" No answer, just that awful rasping breath. At a way station in Iowa, Marcus pulled in for the mandatory check. A state trooper approached and Marcus rolled down his window, trying to act normal. "Evening, officer, here for the weight check." The trooper looked past Marcus into the cab and his expression changed. "Sir, I need you to step out of the vehicle." Marcus's stomach dropped. "Is something wrong?" The trooper's hand moved to his sidearm. "Step out of the vehicle now, sir. Keep your hands visible." Marcus complied, climbing down slowly, hands raised. 2 more troopers appeared, approaching carefully. "Sir, is there someone else in your truck?" Marcus's mouth went dry. "No, officer, I'm alone. It's just me." The trooper looked skeptical. "I saw someone in your passenger seat. Male, dark suit. Who is he?" Marcus felt cold sweat running down his back. "There's nobody there, officer. You can check. Please check. I'm alone." The troopers searched the entire truck, opened the trailer, examined every inch. They found nothing, no trace of any passenger. Finally, they let Marcus go, but he could see the suspicion in their eyes, could hear them calling in his truck number and license plate as he pulled away. The man in the suit appeared in the passenger seat as soon as Marcus was back on the highway. This time, he turned his head and looked directly at Marcus. His eyes were completely black, no whites, no iris, just solid darkness. His mouth opened and a sound came out, a low grinding noise like metal scraping on concrete. Marcus kept driving because what else could he do? Pulling over wouldn't help. Stopping wouldn't make the man disappear. He was here in the truck whether Marcus wanted him or not. The breathing had gotten louder and now there were other sounds too. Whispers in a language Marcus didn't recognize, scratching noises from inside the walls of the cab. In Nebraska, around 3 in the morning, the man spoke. His voice was dry, rustling like dead leaves. "You're carrying me," he said. Marcus gripped the wheel tighter. "I don't understand. Who are you?" The man smiled, showing teeth that were too white, too perfect. "You're carrying me to Denver. I need to get to Denver. You'll take me there." "The cargo," Marcus said, understanding flooding through him. "It's not computer servers, is it? What's really in the trailer?" The man's smile widened. "Open it and see." Marcus shook his head violently. "No, no way. The trailer stays sealed until Denver." The man leaned closer and Marcus could smell him now, a scent like old earth and decay. "Open it." Against his better judgment, Marcus pulled over at the next exit. It was a rural area, no lights except his truck's running lights, fields of dead corn stretching into darkness on both sides. He grabbed a flashlight and walked back to the trailer, the man in the suit following, staying just at the edge of the light. The seal was intact, but Marcus broke it, his hands shaking. He opened the trailer doors and his flashlight beam swept across the interior. The computer servers were there, stacked on pallets, professionally secured. Everything looked normal. He was about to close the doors when he noticed something. One of the crates had a gap in its side, a narrow opening between slats. Marcus moved closer, shining his light into the gap. Inside, instead of electronics, he saw something else. Pale fabric, dark buttons, the sleeve of a suit. He jerked back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The man in the suit was standing right behind him now, so close Marcus could feel cold radiating from his body. "I died in Chicago," the man said conversationally. 3 weeks ago. Murdered. They put my body in that crate, disguised it as part of the shipment. They're moving me to Denver to dispose of me where nobody will find the evidence. But I can't rest. Not while I'm being moved against my will. Not while my body is being hidden. Marcus backed away, stumbling over his own feet. "This isn't real. You're not real." The man followed, his movements wrong, too smooth, like he was gliding rather than walking. "I'm very real, and you're carrying me, Marcus Webb. You're part of this now, complicit unless you help me." "Help you how?" Marcus's voice was barely a whisper. The man pointed back toward the highway. "Drive to Denver, make the delivery. But when they open the trailer, when they find me, tell them the truth. Tell them what you saw. Don't let them hide what happened." Marcus climbed back into his truck, slammed the door, locked it. The man in the suit was already in the passenger seat, waiting. "I'll drive to Denver," Marcus said, starting the engine with shaking hands. "But then I'm going straight to the police. I'm telling them everything." The man nodded slowly. "That's all I ask." The rest of the drive was a nightmare. The man remained in the passenger seat, sometimes solid enough that Marcus could see every detail, sometimes transparent like smoke. The breathing grew louder, and Marcus could hear other sounds from the trailer now, thumping and scraping, as if something was moving around back there despite the cargo being secured. Denver appeared on the horizon as dawn broke, the mountains dark silhouettes against the lightning sky. Marcus had never been so relieved to see a city. He followed his GPS to the delivery address, a warehouse in an industrial area. As he backed up to the loading dock, the man in the suit spoke one last time. "Remember your promise, Marcus. Tell them the truth." The warehouse workers opened the trailer. Marcus stood nearby, watching. They unloaded crate after crate of computer servers, checking item numbers against their manifest. Everything seemed normal. Then they reached the crate with the gap in its side. The supervisor pried it open. Computer components, just computer components, circuit boards and processors and cables. The supervisor looked at Marcus. "Something wrong, driver? You look pale." Marcus stared at the crate. I thought I saw something. When I checked the load, I thought." The supervisor frowned. "You thought what?" Marcus looked around the warehouse. The man in the suit was gone, vanished, like he'd never been there. Marcus Webb never took another long haul after that delivery. He transferred to local routes, day shift only, never more than 50 miles from his home terminal. He told the company he wanted to spend more time with family, but the truth was he couldn't handle the solitude of the road anymore, couldn't handle the darkness and the empty miles where anything might appear in his passenger seat. He never told anyone about the man in the suit. When the story came out 3 months later, when a body was discovered in a Denver landfill and traced back to a murder in Chicago, when police arrested executives from the tech company for embezzlement and murder, when they discovered the victim had been transported in a shipment of computer equipment, Marcus said nothing. He checked the dates. The body found in Denver had been moved in a different shipment, different driver, different route. But Marcus still sees the man sometimes, late at night when he can't sleep, standing at the foot of his bed, watching him with those black eyes, wearing that deteriorating suit. The breathing is there too, soft and raspy in the darkness. The man never speaks anymore, just watches, waiting. Marcus doesn't know what he's waiting for, but he knows that someday the man will want another ride, and when that day comes, Marcus will have no choice but to drive. Story 13. The Town THATMOVED. Robert Kincaid had driven delivery routes through rural Montana for 15 years, working for Mountain States Express. His territory covered hundreds of miles of mostly empty country, small towns separated by vast stretches of prairie and mountain passes. He knew every road, every shortcut, every place where cell service dropped out, and you were on your own with just the radio and your thoughts. On a Thursday afternoon in August, Robert was making his regular circuit through the northeastern part of the state. He had deliveries in 5 towns, ending in a place called Meridian, population 347 according to the last census. He'd been delivering there for years, knew the route by heart. State Highway 24 north for 30 miles, then east on County Road 17 for another 40. Meridian sat at the intersection of 2 county roads, a cluster of houses and shops around a grain elevator that served the surrounding farms. Robert left the 4th town, a place called Carson's Bluff, just after 2 p.m. The sky was clear, temperature in the high 70s, perfect driving weather. He had 3 pallets of general merchandise for Meridian's general store, bulk goods and supplies that kept the remote town stocked. The delivery was expected by 5, giving him plenty of time. He turned onto County Road 17 exactly where he always did, at the intersection marked by a faded blue sign. The road stretched ahead, a ribbon of weathered asphalt cutting through golden wheat fields and rolling hills. Robert settled back, one hand on the wheel, watching the familiar landscape pass by. 20 minutes later, he frowned. He should be seeing Meridian's grain elevator by now, a tall structure visible for miles across the flat terrain. But the horizon was empty, just endless fields and distant hills. He checked his odometer. He'd driven 32 miles on County Road 17, 8 miles past where Meridian should be. Robert slowed, looking for landmarks. There should be a distinctive red barn on the left side of the road about a mile before town, a weathered structure that had been there for decades. He hadn't seen it. He hadn't seen any buildings at all since turning onto this road. He pulled over and grabbed his road atlas, the physical paper maps he still carried as backup for when GPS failed. He traced the route with his finger. Highway 24 north, County Road 17 east, Meridian right there at the intersection with County Road 8. 40 miles from Carson's Bluff. He'd just driven over 50. His GPS showed his position as a blue dot on a gray background. No roads displayed, no towns, just his truck sitting in what the GPS believed was empty space. He tried his phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual out here, but usually he could at least see the cell towers, tall structures on the highest hills. Today, the horizon was empty. Robert turned the truck around and headed back the way he'd come. Maybe he'd missed the turn, taken the wrong county road by mistake. It happened sometimes. These rural routes all looked similar. But he'd been so certain, had made this drive dozens of times. He drove back 30 miles, watching for the intersection with Highway 24. It didn't appear. The road just kept going, straight as an arrow through empty fields. No turn-offs, no side roads, no intersections at all. Just County Road 17 stretching endlessly in both directions. Panic began to creep into Robert's chest. He accelerated, pushing the delivery truck to 60, then 70. The fields blurred past his windows. Surely he'd reach something soon, a town, a farmhouse, a crossroad. But the landscape remained unchanging, wheat fields and distant hills under a clear blue sky. After an hour of driving, Robert's fuel gauge showed he'd burned through a quarter tank. He should have covered nearly 100 miles, should have passed multiple towns and intersections. Instead, he'd seen nothing but empty road. He grabbed his CB radio. "This is Mountain Express calling any station, do you copy?" Static answered him, thick and buzzing. "This is Mountain Express on County Road 17. I need assistance. Does anyone copy?" The static changed pitch, almost like it was responding, but no intelligible words came through. He tried the AM radio, spinning the dial through all the frequencies. Nothing but static on every station. FM was the same, just white noise across the entire spectrum. It was as if every radio transmitter in the world had simultaneously gone silent. Robert drove until his fuel gauge read half empty, then reluctantly turned around again. He had to conserve fuel, had to assume he might need to travel hundreds of miles to find help. The sun was lower now, afternoon shadows stretching across the fields. He still hadn't seen a single building, car, or person. As twilight approached, Robert noticed something that made his blood run cold. The fields on either side of the road had changed. They were no longer wheat. They were corn now, tall green stalks that hadn't been there before. He was certain of it. He'd been watching those wheat fields for hours, and now they were corn. He slowed down, staring at the unfamiliar crop. How was this possible? Then he saw the barn. The red barn that should have been a mile outside Meridian, the landmark he'd been looking for. It sat exactly where it was supposed to be, on the left side of the road, weathered wood and a sagging roof. Relief flooded through Robert. He wasn't lost after all. Meridian must be just ahead. He accelerated, eager to reach the town to see familiar buildings and people. The grain elevator appeared on the horizon, and Robert felt tension drain from his shoulders. There it was, exactly where it should be. He'd somehow gotten confused, maybe driven past it before without noticing, his mind playing tricks. Everything was fine. Robert drove into Meridian as the sun touched the horizon, casting long shadows through the town's single street, and immediately knew something was wrong. The buildings were the same, the layout was the same, but everything looked different, older. The general store's paint was faded and peeling, windows dark. The gas station was closed, pumps rusted. The houses looked abandoned, yards overgrown. He pulled up in front of the general store where he always made his delivery. The place looked like it had been closed for years. He got out of the truck, boots crunching on pavement cracked and buckled with weeds. "Hello." He called out. His voice echoed strangely in the empty street. "Anyone here? I have a delivery for the general store." Nothing. No response, no movement, no sound except wind rustling through the overgrown grass. Robert walked up to the store and tried the door, locked. He peered through the dirty windows. The interior was empty, shelves bare, a thick layer of dust covering everything. He walked down the street, checking other buildings. The post office empty. The diner empty. The grain elevator's office locked and dark. Every building showed signs of long abandonment. This wasn't recent. This place had been empty for years, maybe decades, but that was impossible. Robert had delivered here just 2 weeks ago. He talked to Margaret, who ran the general store, had coffee at the diner, filled up his tank at the gas station. The town had been alive and functioning. How could it look like this now? He walked back to his truck, mind reeling. In the fading light, he noticed something else. There were other vehicles on the street, parked in front of various buildings. An old pickup truck with flat tires, a sedan covered in dust, and there in front of what used to be the diner, a delivery truck. Robert approached it slowly, a sense of dread building in his chest. It was a Mountain States Express truck, same as his. Same model, same company logo, but this truck was old, paint faded, tires rotted away. Robert climbed up to look in the cab. The interior was thick with dust and cobwebs. A logbook lay open on the seat, its pages yellowed with age. Robert carefully picked it up, angling it to catch the last rays of sunlight. The last entry was dated August 15, 1987. Delivered 3 pallets to Meridian General Store. Town seems quiet today, hardly saw anyone. Strange atmosphere, starting return trip to Carson's Bluff. 38 years ago. Robert looked at the driver's name written at the top of the logbook. Thomas Hewitt. He didn't recognize the name, but Mountain States Express had been operating for over 50 years. Hewitt must have driven for them back in the 80s. Robert looked at the other vehicles scattered through the town. How many other people had come here and never left? How many had driven into Meridian and found themselves trapped in whatever this place had become? Darkness fell quickly, and Robert retreated to his truck, locking the doors. He tried his phone again, still no signal. His GPS still showed him as a blue dot in empty gray space. He turned on his headlights, and in their glow he saw movement. People were emerging from the buildings. Shadowy figures walking slowly down the street, gathering in the pools of light from his headlights. They looked normal at first, dressed in clothing from various eras, faces pale in the artificial light. But as they got closer, Robert saw that something was wrong with them. They moved stiffly, joints bending at wrong angles. Their faces were expressionless, eyes reflecting the headlight beams like animals' eyes in the dark. A woman approached his driver's side window. She wore a dress from the 1950s, her hair done in victory rolls. She raised one hand and tapped on the glass with 2 long fingers. "Do you have the delivery?" she asked, her voice muffled but audible. "We've been waiting for the delivery." Robert shook his head, backing away from the window. More figures surrounded the truck, dozens of them, all tapping on the windows and doors. "We've been waiting so long," they said in unison, voices overlapping. "Please make the delivery. Please let us have what we're waiting for." Robert started the engine and hit the gas. The figures scattered as the truck lurched forward. He drove through the town, past the abandoned buildings, following the road that led out. Behind him, the figures stood in the street watching him go. County Road 17 stretched ahead in his headlights. Robert drove fast, desperate to put distance between himself and that nightmare town. But after an hour of driving, the grain elevator appeared on the horizon again. He was back. Despite driving away, despite following the road in the opposite direction, he'd returned to Meridian. The figures were waiting for him, standing in a line across the road. Robert slammed on the brakes. He couldn't go forward through them, couldn't bear the thought of what might happen if he tried. He turned the truck around and drove the other direction. An hour later, he was back again. Meridian wouldn't let him leave. The town had him now, just like it had Thomas Hewitt in 1987, just like all the other drivers and travelers whose vehicles sat abandoned on its streets. The road led nowhere except back here, looping endlessly, a trap with no escape. Robert drives still, or his truck does. Anyone traveling through rural Montana on County Road 17 might see it sometimes. A Mountain States Express delivery truck appearing suddenly in their headlights, driving too fast, the driver's face pale and desperate behind the windshield. It passes in a moment, then vanishes, blinking out of existence. And if you're very unlucky, if you're driving at just the wrong time on just the wrong stretch of road, you might see a grain elevator on the horizon where no grain elevator should be. You might find yourself driving into a town called Meridian, population 347 according to the old census, where shadowy figures wait patiently for deliveries that can never be made, where the roads lead only in circles, where drivers who arrive can never leave. The town that moved off the map and into somewhere else, somewhere between, waiting forever for the next traveler to join its silent population. Story 14. The Voice in the Static. James Kowalski had been a long-haul trucker for 21 years, most of that time spent on cross-country routes. He preferred the solitude, the endless ribbon of highway, the way entire days could pass with nothing but the radio for company. His CB call sign was Night Rider, earned during his early years when he'd exclusively worked night shifts, and he'd heard just about every kind of transmission possible on those open channels. Truckers warning about speed traps and weather. Lonely drivers looking for conversation. Conspiracy theorists rambling about government surveillance. Kids playing with their parents' CB radios. Interference from electrical lines and radio towers. In 2 decades of monitoring Channel 19, James thought he'd heard it all. He was wrong. The transmission started on a Tuesday night in October, somewhere in Nevada on Interstate 80. James was hauling automotive parts from Sacramento to Salt Lake City, running about an hour behind schedule due to a delay at the loading dock. The highway was empty, just endless desert darkness broken by the occasional pair of headlights passing in the opposite direction. His CB had been quiet for over an hour, just the soft hiss of static that he'd learned to tune out. Then, cutting through the white noise, a voice. "Night Rider, do you copy?" James grabbed the microphone. "This is Night Rider, I copy." "Go ahead." A pause longer than normal. "Night Rider, this is Phantom requesting assistance. My position is uncertain. Can you provide location confirmation?" James frowned. "Phantom, this is Night Rider. I'm eastbound on I-80 at mile marker 273 just past Lovelock. What's your 20? Another long pause filled with crackling static. "I-80, yes. Eastbound. I think I'm near you, but my instruments aren't working correctly. Can you see my lights?" James checked his mirrors, scanned the highway ahead. Empty. Nothing but darkness and the distant glow of his own running lights reflecting off the mile markers. "Negative, Phantom. I don't see any lights. What are you driving? Are you on the shoulder?" The voice that responded sounded strained, confused. "I'm in a Kenworth hauling freight. I should be right there. You should be able to see me. I can see your lights, Night Rider. I'm right behind you." Cold prickled down James's spine. He looked in all 3 mirrors. Empty road behind him, no lights at all. "Phantom, I'm not seeing you. Are you sure you're on I-80? Maybe you're on a different highway." Static crackled for several seconds. I'm where you are, Knight Rider. How can you not see me? I'm following you. I've been following you for miles. James felt his heart rate increase. This was wrong. He pressed the CB button again. Phantom, I need you to confirm your position. What's the last town you passed? What mile marker do you see? The response came after another pause. I can't see the markers anymore. They're all the same number. That can't be right. Knight Rider, something's wrong. Something happened. I've been driving for hours, but nothing's changing. The highway just keeps going. A chill ran through James. The voice sounded genuinely distressed, afraid. Phantom, stay calm. Tell me what you see around you. Describe your surroundings. Static then. Desert, just desert, dark. Stars overhead, but they're wrong. They're in the wrong positions. My GPS doesn't work. My phone doesn't work. The radio only gets this channel, only reaches you. Knight Rider, where am I? James wasn't sure how to respond. This had to be someone playing a prank, but the fear in the voice sounded authentic. Phantom, I'm going to pull over at the next rest stop. If you're really behind me, you'll see me pull over. Can you do that? The voice responded immediately, desperately. Yes, I'll follow you. Please don't lose me. You're the only thing I can hear, the only voice in all this static. The next rest stop was 6 miles ahead. James watched his odometer count down the distance, checking his mirrors constantly. No lights appeared behind him. The highway remained empty. When he pulled into the rest stop, only 2 other vehicles were there, both cars, no trucks. James parked and grabbed his microphone. Phantom, I'm stopped at the rest area at mile marker 279. Do you see me? Static crackled, then the voice came back, and now it sounded panicked. I can't find it. I can't find the rest stop. I passed mile marker 279, but there was nothing there. Just empty highway. Knight Rider, where did you go? I'm right here, Phantom. I'm parked at the rest stop. You should see it. There are lights. There are other vehicles. The voice was almost sobbing now. There's nothing here, just the road. Just the endless road and the dark, and the stars are wrong, and you're the only voice, and I don't know where I am. James sat in his truck, staring at the CB radio. This couldn't be real. But the transmission continued, the voice rambling now, words spilling out in a desperate rush. I left Reno 3 hours ago, or maybe it was 3 days ago, I can't tell. The clock in my cab stopped, my watch stopped, but I keep driving because what else can I do? I keep following the highway and it keeps going and nothing changes, and you're the first person I've been able to reach. Phantom, tell me your name, James said, trying to keep his voice calm. What's your real name, not your call sign? Your actual name. A pause then. David Marsh. I drive for Continental Freight. I was hauling electronics from California to Nevada, but I don't know where I am now. I don't think I'm anywhere. James pulled out his phone and searched for David Marsh, Continental Freight, Nevada. The results made his blood run cold. There were several news articles from 6 months ago. Driver missing. Truck found abandoned on I-80 near Fernley, Nevada. Last contact with dispatcher reported no problems. Vehicle and cargo intact, but driver gone without a trace. Extensive search turned up nothing. 6 months ago. David Marsh had disappeared 6 months ago. David, James said carefully into the microphone. What's the date? What do you think it is? The voice responded without hesitation. It's October 14th, Tuesday. Why? Knight Rider, why are you asking that? October 14th. Today's date, but David Marsh had disappeared in April. David, listen to me carefully. I need you to pull over, stop your truck, get out and look around. Tell me exactly what you see. James waited, listening to static. Then David's voice came back, and it was different now, hollow and strange. I pulled over. I'm outside the truck. Knight Rider, the highway is here. My truck is here, but everything else is, it's like looking through fog. The desert is there, but it's not real. It's like a painting. The mountains in the distance don't have any detail. The stars overhead, I can see them, but they don't look right. They're too bright, too close. What about your truck? Look at your truck, David. Is it okay? A long pause. It looks old. Knight Rider, my truck looks old. The paint is faded. There's rust. But that can't be right. I just inspected it yesterday. Everything was fine yesterday. James closed his eyes, trying to understand what he was hearing. David, I'm going to keep driving. Stay on this channel. Keep talking to me. Maybe if you follow my transmission, you can find your way back." The voice came back immediately, grateful. "Yes, yes, thank you, I'll follow you. Just keep talking so I can hear you." James pulled out of the rest stop and continued east on I-80, speaking into the CB every few minutes, describing what he was seeing, reading off mile markers, doing anything to maintain the connection. David responded each time, his voice a lifeline through the static, but his descriptions never matched. When James reported passing through a town, David saw only empty highway. When James described mountains to the south, David saw flat desert. It was like they were traveling the same road but in different dimensions, parallel paths that could hear each other but never touch. Hours passed. James crossed into Utah, still maintaining contact with David Marsh, still hearing that desperate voice following him through impossible distance. Other truckers occasionally broke into the transmission, asking what was going on, who James was talking to. But their CB radios only picked up James's side of the conversation. They couldn't hear David at all. As dawn approached, David's transmissions became stranger. "Night Rider, there are other vehicles now. I can see them, trucks mostly. They're on the road with me, but they're not moving right. They're gliding, not rolling. And the drivers, I can see faces in the windows. They're all looking at me. They're all watching. David, don't stop, keep driving, stay focused on my voice." James said, though he had no idea if that advice made any sense. "Night Rider, they're getting closer. The other trucks are surrounding me. They want me to stop. They want me to join them. I can hear other voices now on the radio. They're calling to me. They're saying I should stop fighting, that I should accept it, that I'm one of them now. Don't listen to them, David. Focus on me. You can find your way back." But even as James said it, he knew it wasn't true. David Marsh wasn't lost. David Marsh was gone, had been gone for 6 months. Whatever James was talking to, it wasn't a man driving a truck anymore. It was an echo, a fragment, something that had been left behind when David disappeared. "They're right," David's voice said, and it sounded calmer now, resigned. "I can feel it. I'm not really here anymore, am I? I'm somewhere else, somewhere between. The highway goes on forever here. Everyone here is lost, driving roads that don't lead anywhere, following routes that loop back on themselves. We're all just echoes, Night Rider, ghosts in the static. David, please, don't give up." James's voice cracked. The voice that responded was fading, breaking up into bursts of static. "It's okay. It's almost peaceful here in a way. No destinations, no deadlines, just the road and the night and the static. Thank you for talking to me, Night Rider. Thank you for reminding me I used to be real." "David," James shouted into the microphone, but only static answered. He tried again and again, calling out, but David Marsh was gone. After several minutes, James set down the microphone and focused on driving, his hands shaking on the wheel. At the next truck stop, James called the Continental Freight Dispatch office. He told them about the transmission, about talking to David Marsh. The dispatcher was silent for a long moment, then said, "That's impossible. David's truck was found months ago. Empty, and the CB radio was removed as evidence. It's sitting in a police evidence locker. It couldn't have been transmitting." James had no answer for that. He finished his delivery to Salt Lake City and drove back west, retracing his route. When he passed through Nevada again on I-80, he monitored Channel 19 carefully, listening for any sign of David's voice. He heard nothing unusual, just the normal chatter of truckers communicating across the highways. But sometimes, late at night, when James is driving through empty stretches of desert highway, the static on his CB radio changes. It develops patterns, rhythms that almost sound like words. And occasionally, just for a moment, he hears a voice that might be David Marsh, calling out from wherever lost drivers go, still following phantom headlights down an endless road, still driving through the dark, still trapped in the space between here and gone. James Kowalski retired from long-haul trucking 2 months after that night. He told his family he was ready for a change, wanted to be home more. But the real reason was simpler. He couldn't bear the thought of hearing that voice again, couldn't handle knowing that somewhere in the static David Marsh and countless others like him were still out there, still driving, still calling for help that would never come. The CB radio sits in James's garage now, unplugged and silent. But sometimes in the deep hours of night, he swears he can hear it anyway. A faint whisper of static that might be a voice, might be nothing, might be the sound of drivers who left the highways long ago but never stopped moving, never stopped searching for the way home. Story 15. The Delivery to Nowhere. Patricia Mills worked as an independent contractor, running a delivery service for specialty items across the Southwest. She drove a large cargo van, not quite a truck but bigger than standard delivery vehicles, perfect for the high-value items she transported. Art pieces, antiques, custom furniture, things that required careful handling and personal attention. She'd been doing it for 12 years, built a reputation for reliability and discretion. Her clients were wealthy, particular, and they trusted her with valuable cargo. The job came through on a Wednesday, referred by one of her regular clients. A single item pickup in Santa Fe, delivery to an address in the middle of nowhere in western New Mexico. The fee was substantial, $3,000 for a single day's work. The client wanted same-day delivery, pickup at noon, delivery by 8 p.m. The item was a grandfather clock, antique and valuable, insured for $75,000. Patricia accepted the job and arrived at the Santa Fe address precisely at noon. It was an upscale art gallery in the historic district. The owner, a thin man in an expensive suit, led her to the back room where the clock stood wrapped in protective blankets. It was beautiful, dark wood intricately carved, the face showing Roman numerals behind curved glass. "Handle it carefully," the gallery owner said, though his tone was more anxious than stern. "The buyer has very specific requirements. You must deliver it to this address by 8 p.m. exactly. Not earlier, not later. 8 p.m. He handed her a card with an address written in elegant script. No name, just coordinates and a rural route number. Patricia loaded the clock carefully into her van, securing it with straps and padding. She entered the address into her GPS and frowned. The location was over 200 miles away, deep in the desert near the Arizona border. According to the map, it wasn't near any town, just empty backcountry. But the fee was good, and she delivered to remote locations before. Rich people sometimes built estates in the middle of nowhere, wanting privacy and views. She left Santa Fe at 12:30, giving her plenty of time to make the 8 p.m. deadline. The route took her south on I-25, then west on various highways that grew progressively smaller and less maintained. By 4 p.m., she was on a 2-lane county road cutting through harsh desert landscape, sagebrush and red rock formations under a merciless sun. The GPS showed 2 hours remaining to her destination. Patricia drove carefully, conscious of the valuable cargo in the back. The grandfather clock had shifted slightly despite the padding, and she could hear it creaking as the van bounced over rough pavement. She'd need to check the straps at her next stop. Around 6 p.m., the GPS directed her onto a dirt road. Patricia hesitated, studying the route. This couldn't be right. The dirt road looked barely maintained, more like a hiking trail than anything meant for vehicles. But the GPS insisted, and when she cross-referenced the coordinates on her phone, they matched. The delivery address was 12 miles down this road. Patricia engaged the van's 4-wheel drive and proceeded slowly. The road was rough, full of rocks and deep ruts. Dust billowed around her vehicle, coating the windows. The sun was getting lower, casting long shadows across the landscape. She saw no signs of habitation, no power lines, no fences, nothing to indicate anyone lived out here. At 7:30, with 30 minutes until her deadline, Patricia saw a structure ahead. It looked like a house, a large adobe building with a flat roof, sitting alone in a small valley. Relief flooded through her. She demade it. She pulled up to the house and parked, checking the coordinates one final time. This was the place. The house looked old, maybe 60 or 70 years, but well maintained. The walls were thick adobe, painted white that had faded to cream. There were no windows on the front face, just a heavy wooden door. No vehicles were visible, no signs of life. Patricia got out of her van, her boots crunching on gravel, and approached the door. She knocked. The sound echoed strangely, seeming to travel into the house and fade away gradually rather than stopping abruptly. No answer. She knocked again, louder. "Hello, I have a delivery from Santa Fe. Is anyone home?" Silence answered her. Patricia checked her phone. 7:45. 15 minutes until her 8 p.m. deadline. The client had been very specific about the time. Maybe they were expecting her to simply leave the clock, but that didn't make sense for such a valuable item. She tried the door handle. Locked. She walked around the house, looking for another entrance or a window. The other walls were identical, blank adobe with no openings except for a single window on the back wall, covered with heavy shutters. No doorbell, no intercom, nothing. Patricia returned to the front door and knocked one more time. "Hello, I have your grandfather clock. I need someone to sign for it." Her voice echoed across the empty desert and died away. She stood there, uncertain what to do. She couldn't just leave a $75,000 antique sitting in the desert, but she also couldn't wait indefinitely. And the client had been clear about the 8 p.m. deadline. At 7:55, Patricia made a decision. She would unload the clock, place it by the front door under cover of the small overhang, take photos as proof of delivery, and leave. It wasn't ideal, but she had followed her instructions to the letter. She delivered to the correct address at the correct time. She opened her van's rear doors and began carefully maneuvering the wrapped clock out. It was heavy, nearly 200 pounds, and awkward to move. She got it onto a dolly and wheeled it up to the front door, positioning it against the wall. As she was unwrapping the protective blankets to verify the clock was undamaged, she heard the mechanism inside begin to chime. The sound was deep and resonant, 8 clear notes marking 8 p.m. Patricia looked at her phone. It was exactly 8 o'clock. The clock had somehow kept perfect time despite being moved and jostled. Each chime seemed to hang in the desert air, vibrating through the ground beneath her feet. On the 8th chime, the front door opened. There was no one behind it. The door simply swung inward on well-oiled hinges, revealing darkness beyond. Patricia stood frozen, staring into the black interior of the house. "Hello," she called out. Her voice didn't echo. It was swallowed by the darkness, absorbed completely. A voice responded from inside, male and deep and strangely inflected. "Bring it inside. Place it in the hall." Patricia's instinct was to refuse, to get back in her van and drive away. But $3,000 was $3,000, and she'd technically completed her delivery. A few more minutes wouldn't hurt. She wheeled the dolly inside, the clock balanced on it. The interior was cooler than the outside air, almost cold. As her eyes adjusted, she could see that she was in an entrance hall. The floor was tiled with intricate geometric patterns. The walls were bare adobe, smooth and white. There was no furniture, no decorations, nothing except for marks on the walls where other pieces had once hung, shadows and rectangles showing where frames had protected the plaster from fading. "Further in," the voice said, "to the center of the house." Patricia hesitated. "I need someone to sign for the delivery, and I need to verify the clock is undamaged before I leave." The voice didn't respond immediately. "Then, proceed to the center. All will be addressed there." Against her better judgment, Patricia pushed the dolly forward. The hall led deeper into the house, branching into other corridors. She followed what seemed to be the main passage, noting that every room she passed was empty, bare walls and tiled floors with nothing else. The house felt enormous, much larger than it had appeared from outside. The hallway opened into a circular room, a domed space with a hole in the ceiling that let in the last rays of sunlight. In the center of the room stood a man. He was tall, dressed in clothing that looked antique, a formal suit from perhaps the 1920s. His face was shadowed despite the light from above, features indistinct. "The timepiece," he said. "Place it here." He gestured to a spot on the floor marked with painted symbols. Patricia wheeled the clock over and positioned it on the mark. The man approached and unwrapped it completely, running his hands over the wood, checking the mechanism. Patricia watched, confused and increasingly uneasy. "It's perfect," the man said. "Exactly what was required." He reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope. "Your payment, the full amount plus a bonus for your punctuality." He held it out and Patricia took it automatically. The envelope felt thick, stuffed with bills. "I need you to sign a receipt," Patricia said, trying to maintain professional composure despite the strangeness of the situation. The man nodded and produced a small book from another pocket. He signed it with a fountain pen, his handwriting elaborate and old-fashioned. Patricia took the book and looked at the signature. It was illegible, just flourishes and loops. "What's the clock for?" she asked, unable to stop herself. "Why does it need to be here at exactly 8 p.m.? The man looked at her, and for the first time she could see his face clearly. He looked normal except for his eyes, which were completely black, no whites at all. "Time is specific here," he said. "We exist at certain hours only. 8 p.m. is our beginning. Midnight is our end. Between those hours we are real. The clock helps us maintain the schedule. Without it we would drift, become unmoored from time entirely." Patricia backed toward the doorway. "I've made the delivery. I'll be leaving now." The man nodded. "Of course. The door is open. Follow the hallway back. It will take you out." Patricia turned and walked quickly, resisting the urge to run. Behind her, she heard the clock being wound, the mechanism engaging, the steady tick-tock beginning. The hallway stretched ahead, much longer than it had been when she'd entered. Patricia walked faster, her footsteps echoing. The light from the entrance should have been visible, but the corridor remained dim, illuminated only by the fading daylight filtering through the hole in the central room behind her. She passed rooms that now had furniture, though the items looked antique and rotted. She passed doorways where figures stood watching, people dressed in old-fashioned clothing, their faces pale and expressionless. None of them moved, they just stood and watched her pass. The hallway began to curve, and Patricia realized with growing panic that she was no longer heading in a straight line back to the entrance. She was spiraling, moving in a slow circle through the house. She broke into a run, desperate to find the exit. Ahead, she saw light. The front door, standing open just as she'd left it. Patricia sprinted for it and burst out into the desert night. Stars blazed overhead, thousands of them, more than should be visible. Her van was there, exactly where she'd parked it. She ran to it, threw herself into the driver's seat and started the engine. As she drove away, she looked in her rearview mirror. The house was gone. Just empty desert, no structure, no sign that anything had ever been there. She stopped the van and got out, staring at the spot where the house had stood. Nothing. Just sand and rocks and scrub brush. Patricia drove the dirt road back to the highway in a daze. She checked the envelope the man had given her. It was full of $100 bills, exactly $3,000 plus an extra $500. Real money, not counterfeit, not old currency. Current bills with recent serial numbers. When she returned to Santa Fe the next day, she went to the art gallery to confirm the delivery. The gallery was closed, a for lease sign in the window. She called the number from her original job contract. Disconnected. She checked her records, the email address that had sent her the delivery details. Bounced back, account didn't exist. Patricia tried to find the house again, driving back to those coordinates with a friend in daylight this time. They found nothing, just empty desert. Her GPS showed no structure had ever been there. But the money was real, sitting in her bank account, proof that something had happened. She never took another job to remote coordinates. She turned down deliveries that seemed too strange, that offered too much money for too little work. She learned that some addresses exist only at certain times, that some clients live in hours rather than places, and that some deliveries are meant for destinations that aren't entirely in this world. Patricia Mills still drives her delivery van through the Southwest, still transports valuable items for wealthy clients. But now she checks every address carefully, makes sure it corresponds to a real place with real people. Because she knows now that some roads lead to nowhere, that some houses appear only when they're needed, and that some deliveries are accepted by customers who exist only in the narrow spaces between minutes, between the tick and the tock, in the time that a grandfather clock measures but that never quite feels real. Story 16. The Wrong Truck Stop. Leonard Hayes had been driving refrigerated trucks for 18 years, specializing in food transport across the eastern United States. His current route was standard, picking up a load of frozen meat in Chicago and delivering it to a distribution center in Atlanta. The cargo had to maintain 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and Leonard monitored the refrigeration unit's temperature constantly, checking it every hour without fail. He left Chicago at 4 p.m. on a Friday, planning to drive through the night and arrive in Atlanta by Saturday afternoon. The route was familiar, taking Interstate 65 south through Indiana and into Kentucky before connecting to I-75. Leonard had driven this combination hundreds of times, could almost do it with his eyes closed. Around midnight, somewhere in central Kentucky, Leonard felt the call of nature and decided to pull off at the next truck stop. According to his GPS, there was a major travel plaza coming up in 6 miles, one he'd stopped at many times before. Good facilities, decent food, and enough parking for trucks. He took the exit and followed the ramp toward the plaza. The parking lot was busier than usual, nearly full of trucks. Leonard found a spot in the back row and parked, checking his refrigeration unit before heading inside. Everything was functioning normally, temperature holding steady at 0. He locked the truck and walked toward the main building. Something felt off about the place, though Leonard couldn't immediately identify what. The building looked the same, the layout familiar, but the lighting seemed wrong, dimmer than he remembered, and there was a strange smell in the air, like ozone before a thunderstorm. Inside, the travel plaza was crowded. Dozens of truckers filled the restaurant and convenience store areas, standing in groups or sitting at tables. Leonard nodded to a few familiar faces, drivers he recognized from other stops on his regular routes. He headed to the restroom, then to the restaurant to grab coffee. The woman behind the counter looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. "Coffee?" she asked in a monotone. Leonard nodded and watched as she poured a cup from a pot that looked like it had been sitting there for hours. The coffee was thick and black, almost syrupy. He paid and took a sip. It was awful, burnt and bitter, but he'd had worse. Leonard sat at a corner table and pulled out his phone to check messages. No signal. That wasn't unusual in rural areas, but this travel plaza usually had decent reception. He stood and walked to the window, trying to get a better signal. Outside, under the parking lot lights, he could see his truck and dozens of others, all parked in neat rows. That's when he noticed something strange. None of the trucks were running. Normally, at a truck stop at night, most refrigerated trucks would have their engines running to power the cooling units. But outside, every truck was silent, dark except for the occasional running light. Leonard felt a chill. His truck should be running. He'd left it on specifically to keep the refrigeration unit operating. He headed for the exit, coffee forgotten on the table. As he walked through the restaurant, he noticed that none of the other truckers were eating. They were sitting at tables with food in front of them, but nobody was actually eating or drinking. They just sat there, staring at their phones or at nothing at all. Outside, Leonard jogged to his truck. The engine was off. He climbed into the cab and checked the controls. Everything was in the position he'd left it, but the truck wasn't running. He turned the key. Nothing happened. No turnover, no click, nothing. The battery was dead, completely drained. He checked the refrigeration unit. The temperature display was blank. Leonard opened the trailer and felt warm air wash over him. His cargo was thawing. In the hours since he'd parked, the refrigeration had failed and the frozen meat was starting to spoil. This was a disaster. The load was worth over $50,000, and his contract required he maintain proper temperature at all times. Leonard grabbed his phone to call his dispatcher. Still no signal. He ran back inside to use the payphone he'd seen near the restrooms. The phone looked ancient, old push-button model with a rotary-style handset. He lifted it. No dial tone, just silence. "Excuse me," Leonard said to the woman behind the counter. "Something's wrong with my truck. Can I use your phone to call my dispatch?" The woman looked at him with those exhausted eyes. "Phone doesn't work." Leonard blinked. "What do you mean it doesn't work? You must have a working phone. What if there's an emergency?" The woman just shrugged. "It doesn't work. Nothing works here." Leonard looked around the restaurant with growing unease. The other truckers were still sitting motionless at their tables. "Hey," he called out. "Does anyone have a working phone? I need to make a call." None of them responded. They didn't even look at him. It was like he'd become invisible. He approached one of the tables where a driver sat alone, staring at a plate of eggs. Leonard recognized him, a guy named Tom who ran routes through the Midwest. "Tom. Hey, Tom, can you hear me?" Tom didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the plate, but he wasn't eating. Leonard waved his hand in front of Tom's face. No response. Fighting panic, Leonard grabbed Tom's shoulder and shook him. The man's body was cold, unnaturally cold, like he'd been sitting in a freezer. Leonard jerked his hand back and looked closer. Tom wasn't breathing. None of the drivers were breathing. They were all sitting there, perfectly still, like mannequins arranged in tableaus of normal truck stop activity. Leonard backed away, heart pounding. This couldn't be real. He must be asleep, having a nightmare. But the smell was too vivid, the cold of Tom's shoulder too specific. This felt real. He ran for the exit, burst through the doors into the parking lot. The trucks were still there, row after row of them. Leonard ran down the first aisle, looking at license plates, reading company names. He recognized several of them, trucks he'd seen at other stops, vehicles he'd passed on the highways. But all of them were silent and dark. He tried the door of one truck, found it unlocked, and climbed up to look inside. The cab was empty, keys in the ignition. He tried starting it. Nothing, same as his truck. Dead battery, no power. He jumped down and tried another truck. Same result. Every vehicle in the parking lot was inoperable, drained of power. Leonard walked back toward the building, his breath coming in quick gasps. This had to be some kind of electrical problem, maybe a powerful imp or something. But that didn't explain the drivers inside, didn't explain why they were sitting there frozen and cold. He noticed the sign at the entrance to the parking lot, the big illuminated sign that advertised the travel plaza's name and amenities. Travelers Rest Plaza, it read in large letters, but beneath that, in smaller text, there was a line he didn't remember seeing before. Established 1974, closed 2003. Closed. This place was closed. But the lights were on, the building was open. There were dozens of trucks in the parking lot. Leonard walked closer to the building and looked at the windows. Through the glass, he could see the restaurant, see the motionless drivers, see the woman behind the counter. But the glass itself was dirty, covered in years of grime and dust. The doors were chained shut from the inside, heavy padlock and chain visible through the glass. But Leonard had just walked through those doors. They hadn't been chained. He'd been inside, he'd gotten coffee from the woman, he'd walked through the restaurant. How could the doors be chained? He ran around the building, checking every entrance. All of them were chained, padlocked, clearly abandoned. The windows were dark despite what he could see through them. The entire building showed signs of long abandonment, paint peeling, gutters hanging loose, parking lot cracked and overgrown with weeds. Leonard stood in the middle of the parking lot, turning in circles, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The building looked abandoned, but he could see lights and people inside. The trucks looked operational, but none of them would start. Everything contradicted itself, existing in two states simultaneously. A sound broke the silence, a low rumbling. Leonard turned toward the highway and saw lights approaching, a vehicle exiting onto the ramp. Another truck, a big Peterbilt, pulling a refrigerated trailer. The truck drove into the parking lot and began looking for a space. Leonard ran toward it, waving his arms. "Stop! Don't park here, something's wrong with this place." The Peterbilt continued driving, the driver apparently not seeing Leonard. It found an empty spot and backed in, air brakes hissing. The engine shut off. Leonard ran up to the cab and pounded on the door. "Don't go inside. Listen to me, something's wrong here." The driver climbed down, a younger man in his 30s. He looked right through Leonard like he wasn't there. Leonard grabbed the man's arm. His hand passed through it, encountering no resistance. The driver walked toward the building and Leonard followed, pleading with him to stop, to listen. The driver reached the doors and pulled them open. No chains, no locks. The doors swung freely. He walked inside and Leonard tried to follow but found himself unable to enter. An invisible barrier prevented him from passing through the doorway. He pressed against it, watching as the driver approached the counter, as the exhausted woman poured him coffee, as he sat down at a table with other motionless truckers. Leonard watched as the driver's movements began to slow, watched as he became still, watched as he stopped breathing and sat frozen like all the others. Within minutes, he'd become another permanent resident of the Travelers' Rest Plaza, trapped in whatever this place was. Leonard backed away from the building. He couldn't help the driver. He couldn't even enter anymore. Somehow, he'd been ejected, pushed out of the place's effect. He was in the parking lot but no longer part of it. He walked back to his truck, even though he knew it wouldn't start. He climbed into the cab and sat in the driver's seat, trying to think. His cargo was spoiling, his delivery was going to fail, his career might be over. But more than that, he'd almost become one of those frozen figures inside. If he'd stayed just a few minutes longer, would he have been trapped too? Leonard sat there until dawn. As the sun rose, the parking lot changed. The trucks began to fade, becoming transparent, then disappearing completely. The building shimmered and vanished. Within minutes, he was sitting alone on an empty, cracked parking lot, overgrown with weeds, the concrete broken and buckled. A rusted sign lay fallen near what used to be the entrance. Travelers' Rest Plaza closed. His truck wouldn't start, battery completely drained, but his phone had signal now. He called his dispatcher, reported a breakdown, and requested a tow. While he waited, he researched the travel plaza on his phone. It had indeed closed in 2003, demolished in 2005. The land had never been redeveloped, just left empty. But there were stories. Dozens of reports over the years of drivers claiming to have stopped at a truck stop that shouldn't exist, finding it full of other truckers who never moved or spoke. Some drivers never left, their trucks found abandoned on highways near the old exit, no trace of the drivers themselves. Missing persons cases that were never solved. Leonard Hayes was lucky. He'd gotten out. The tow truck arrived, jumped his battery, and he was able to drive away. His cargo was spoiled, the company took a loss, but Leonard kept his job. He never took that route again, though. Never drove past that exit. And he told other drivers to avoid it too, though most thought he'd just fallen asleep and had a vivid dream. But sometimes, late at night, drivers report seeing a fully operational travel plaza where only empty land should be. They see lights in the parking lot, see dozens of trucks, see what looks like a busy truck stop. And if they're tired enough, desperate enough for rest, they take the exit. Most of them never leave. They become part of the permanent population of Travelers' Rest Plaza, forever stopped at a place that doesn't exist, forever waiting for dawn that never comes, trapped in the hours between midnight and morning when the boundary between road and rest becomes thin enough for the wrong places to appear.